Chapter 767. Crackle. Along with the sound of glass breaking, Sei Ito, wrapped in a layer of fog-like white energy mist, appeared in a remote alley on a German street in the main world. Just as Sei Ito was carefully experiencing the difference between the rules he comprehended and the rules of the main world, a woman's scream suddenly sounded in his ear, waking him up from his state of comprehension. Hearing the scream, Sei Ito subconsciously opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, a female police officer in a dark green German police uniform with light blonde hair tied into a short ponytail appeared in front of Ito-sei's eyes. She looked to be about 30 years old, and her uniform pants were pulled down to her knees. She squatted there and released a light yellow liquid that exuded a faint smell. She looked at Ito-sei in horror. "Marshall, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, a man's voice sounded from outside the alley, accompanied by the sound of footsteps that quickly approached this place. "Damn, I encountered this as soon as I came back, really." Looking at the female police officer who was obviously giving him benefits, Sei Ito didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he thought to himself. Even so, Sei Ito, who didn't want to expose his special situation, didn't hesitate and directly released his powerful spiritual power, forcibly breaking through the female police officer's self-mental barrier and erasing all memories of himself with his spiritual sensing ability. After the operation was completed, he directly activated instant transmission and disappeared in front of the female police officer named Marshall. The moment after Sei Ito disappeared, a male German police officer rushed into the alley with a pistol in his hand. While aiming, he shouted at Marshall, who was still a little confused. "What a big ass." He carefully scanned for a few seconds. The male police officer, who didn't find anything unusual, put the pistol in the holster at his waist, glanced at Marshall's exposed butt, and muttered in a low voice. Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared on top of a building, looked at the city's scenery and thought to himself, "Although my enlightenment was interrupted by the policewoman's scream, I still managed to understand some things. Although I'm currently at the peak of A+ class, the laws I've grasped are of the dimensional world. The laws here are very different from the laws of the main world. Compared to the experts in the main world who have comprehended the laws of the main world and reached the peak of A+ class, I'm much weaker. It seems that before I completely transform the laws of the origin world into the laws of the origin world, I have to avoid fighting with the origin world's peak A+ experts as much as possible. Now that I think about it, it's not necessarily a bad thing that I can't travel to other planes due to the dimensional tremors," Sei Ito muttered to himself as his thoughts raced. If that's the case, Sei Ito decided in his heart, I'll modify my own laws while setting up the Black Sphere system. It's just that it's a little slow to set up the Black Sphere by myself. Sei Ito frowned and thought to himself, I'm so stupid. Without the power of the main world to modify my subordinates, can't I directly control other people in the main world? I'm so stupid. After a while, Ito-sei suddenly raised his hand and patted his forehead, making a clear paw sound. He muttered to himself with a face full of annoyance. Sei Ito, who had figured out how to carry out his plan, didn't hesitate and directly teleported back to the streets of Germany. As he walked around the streets like a passerby, he looked around and searched for people who were dressed like bad people. Sei Ito soon arrived in front of a small square full of spray-painted graffiti. He discovered a group of German youths who were dressed like hipsters. They had nose rings and ear studs, and their faces were painted like ghosts. "It's you guys," Sei Ito looked at the group of youths and said with a smile. Immediately after, Sei Ito turned around and walked toward the group of German youths with a smile. Seeing Sei Ito walk toward them, the German youths looked at each other and stopped what they were doing. They looked at Sei Ito, who was gradually approaching with a puzzled expression. "Does anyone speak English?" After standing in front of the group of people, Sei Ito asked in fluent English. "What's the matter?" One of them had red, green, and yellow hair. The German woman, whose face was heavily painted like a feather duster and who was chewing gum in her mouth, asked in German English, "Do you know where I can find gang members around here?" Sei Ito asked the German woman with a smile. The German woman first looked at Sei Ito in surprise. Then she switched to German and asked the other male German youths next to her. Walk forward from here. After 2 crossroads, there's a bar called Bewitching. You can find it there. After muttering to her male companion for a moment, the German woman replied in English again. Thanks. Seito thanked her with a smile, then waved at the German woman and walked away. That guy is mentally ill. Looking at Ito, Sei, who was gradually disappearing, a young German man looked at his companions and said, Who knows? Another German youth shrugged. Who cares? Let's play our own game, another German youth said. Hearing the German youth's words, the other German youths agreed one after another. Then they took out paint cans and sprayed pictures on the wall behind them. On the other side, Sei Ito, who was far away from the German youths, passed 2 crossroads and arrived at the Bewitching bar written in German. According to the German woman's instructions, it was indeed the Bewitching bar. He pushed the door open and walked in. Hearing the bell on the door ring, the middle-aged man who was sitting behind the bar and watching the football game quickly got up and greeted Sei Ito in German. Sorry, can you speak English? Sei Ito asked in English. At the same time, he thought to himself, I must find time to learn a few more foreign languages. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to do things. Okay, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? The middle-aged man immediately switched to English. It's like this. I heard that you can find gang members here. Is that true? Sei Ito lowered his body and sat on the bar's high chair. He looked at the scattered customers in the bar and asked, Sir, please don't make such unfunny jokes. The middle-aged man frowned and said with displeasure, I'm not joking. I'm really looking for local gang members because I have a big business deal with them. Sei Ito ignored the middle-aged man's expression and said with a smile, Sir, you're not welcome here. Please leave, or I'll call the police. Seeing Sei Ito's reaction, the middle-aged man grabbed the phone next to him and said while holding in his hand to signal that he was about to call 999. Boss, as long as you help me find the gang members, this money is yours. Seeing the middle-aged man was a bit stubborn, Sei Ito put his hand into his trouser pocket and took out a roll of US dollars wrapped in a white paper and threw it on the table. The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the US dollars on the outside of the cylinder. He frowned and showed a hesitant expression. What about these? Sei Ito saw the middle-aged man's reaction and took out another 2 rolls of US dollars and put them on the table with a smile. Okay. The middle-aged man was touched by the code and immediately put the microphone back on the phone. He grabbed the US dollars on the table with his thick hairs and replied, Follow me. The middle-aged man turned around and walked out of the bar while calling out to Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He walked down from the high chair and followed the middle-aged man to the back of the bar. Wait here. I'll call someone. The middle-aged man said to Sei Ito after they arrived at a room that looked like a storeroom. Go ahead. Sei Ito nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man then turned around and walked out of the storeroom, leaving Sei Ito in the room. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he walked in with a thin man with dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he had overindulged in sex. That's him. The middle-aged man said to the young man beside him in German. You're the one looking for us? The young man looked at Sei Ito from head to toe and asked in German with disdain. The middle-aged man knew that Sei Ito didn't understand German, so he helped translate for him. That's right. It's me. Sei Ito didn't care about the young man's attitude and said with an indifferent expression. Then he continued under the middle-aged man's translation. I want to see your boss. I have a big business to discuss with him. You? The young man who heard the middle-aged man's translation said disdainfully. Then he continued in a mocking tone. Just tell me what you want. Our boss isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Okay then. Sei Ito shrugged indifferently and said, I have a batch of white goods in my hands. I want to sell it. I don't know if you want it. White goods. The young man's expression changed when he heard Sei Ito's words. He said with a serious face, Do you have a sample? Yes. Sei Ito reached into his trouser pocket and took out a small pack of powder hallucinogens that were popular in the Lulu world. He threw it to the young man and reminded him, It's a little strong. Take it easy. The man who reached out to take the small pack didn't hesitate. He directly opened the package and poured a small powder into his hand and inhaled it through his nose. Then in the next moment, the young man's eyes immediately showed a little confusion, and he grinned foolishly. Seito smiled slightly when he saw this. He waited quietly for the man to recover from the effects of the hallucinogen. More than 10 minutes later, the man who recovered from the effects of the drug quickly took out his mobile phone and contacted his superior. Boss. Chapter 768. Leluxiu's world's drug, which is specially used to destroy countries, is extremely powerful. Under its influence, in less than half an hour, Ito Mori met with the current leader of the underground gang in the city. Boss, this is the Ito I mentioned on the phone before. The skinny young man, who acted as the middleman, introduced in German to a burly middle-aged man in black trousers and a white shirt. Except for his fierce appearance, he looked like an urban, white-collar worker. Mr. Seito, this is our boss, Joseph Wolfgang. Then, the skinny man introduced to Seito. He had already reminded his boss on the phone that Seito didn't speak German. Therefore, in addition to Seito, Joseph, and the skinny young man who acted as the middleman, there was another well-dressed young man who looked like a successful person. He was responsible for translating each other's language for Seito and Joseph. So when the skinny young man introduced them, the translator's voice immediately sounded in the room. However, all these preparations were in vain for Seito. Seito, who didn't plan to talk to Joseph at all, directly removed his disguise after confirming that there were only the four of them in the room. After confirming that there was no one else in the room, Seito directly removed his disguise and released his spirit power to envelop the skinny young man, the gang boss Joseph, and the translator. He forcibly broke through their spirit barriers and controlled the three of them in his hands. How many people are there in your gang? After a while, Seito withdrew his spirit power and sat on the sofa in the reception room. He looked at Joseph, who had just recovered from his confused state, and asked. On the side, the young man who acted as the translator immediately began his job of translating for Seito and Joseph. Boss, there are more than 150 people in total. Joseph replied, More than 150 people? That's about right. Seito, who lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds, nodded and said. Then he ordered Joseph, Go gather all your men. I need them. Yes, boss. Joseph agreed, then took out his mobile phone, contacted the leader of his men, and issued the order to gather the men. You guys go out first. Don't come in without my call. After Joseph hung up the phone, Seito ordered again. Yes, boss. Joseph, the skinny young man, and the translator responded in unison. They walked to the door of the reception room, opened the door, and walked out. Bang! The translator, who was at the back, closed the door behind him. At this time, Seito's mind, a square block of solid ingot 1 meter long, wide, and high appeared in the room, and suspended in the air under the support of Sei's psychokinesis. Then, with a thought, the psychokinesis that kept the steel ingot suspended in the air immediately turned into countless invisible sharp blades, cutting the steel ingot in a crisscross manner. After a while, as Seito's psychokinesis changed, the ingot suspended in the air immediately turned into countless thin, square, iron pieces the size of a 1 yuan coin. It's time to test my mental power. Seito looked at the thin, iron pieces that densely covered the ceiling of the reception room and chuckled. Then he slowly closed his eyes and released his mental power. He divided it into countless mental tentacles and attached them to the surface of the thin, iron pieces. I could divide nearly 100 mental tentacles on the first try. It seems that my mental power training is quite effective. Seito chuckled as he attached all his mental tentacles to the thin, iron pieces. Then he focused his mind and manipulated the nearly 100 mental tentacles to draw on the thin, iron pieces in a unified movement. Clang! A moment later, the steel sheets suspended in the ceiling of the reception room moved in unison. Like young swallows returning to their nests, they flew toward the floor of the reception room that was covered with a bright red carpet. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, They reassembled into a cuboid steel ingot that was 1 meter in length, width, and height. Phew, the consumption of mental power is really high. Fortunately, this is only splitting my mental power to do the same thing. If I split my mental power to do different things, how much would I consume? I don't know how much spiritual power it will consume. Ito-sei opened his eyes and sighed, looking at the steel ingot standing on the ground. Joseph. Then he turned his head to look at the door and called out loudly. Creak. As soon as his voice fell, a soft sound immediately came from the door. Then Joseph and the translator walked in through the open door. Boss, Joseph called out, when your men arrive, tell them to take 10 of these iron plates each. Then spread them out in batches in areas within the city. Then throw the iron plates in the places they think are the most secretive and least likely to be discovered. Do you understand? Seito stood up from the sofa and slowly walked to the side of the iron ingot. He casually took a thin iron piece and threw it on the table. Understood, boss. Joseph nodded in response. If there are any iron pieces left after running through the entire city, tell them to take the iron pieces to other cities and continue with the steps just now. Seito continued. Yes, boss. Joseph continued to respond. I'll give you 24 hours. If you can't do it by then, I'll hold you responsible. Seito looked at Joseph and said coldly, Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely do what you tell me to do. Joseph promised. Prepare a car for me. I need it now. Seito didn't say anything else after giving a warning to increase Joseph's efficiency. Instead, he turned around and gave another order. Boss, here are the keys to my Bentley. Feel free to use it. Joseph immediately took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and handed them to Seito. Seito nodded and reached out to take the keys. Where's the car? Seito asked. It's in the parking lot outside. The bright white one, is it? Joseph quickly replied. Got it. Ito-sei nodded and ignored Joseph and the young translator. He walked out of the reception room and went to the outside of the club. He found a white Bentley parked in the parking lot and drove to the branch of the Alchemist Association in his memory. In a country like Germany, where there were no speed restrictions, Seito drove at 120 kilometers per hour and soon arrived at the Alchemist Union's branch. It was a modern building with 12 floors. The Alchemist Union is rich and not afraid of trouble. Seito opened the door and got out of the car. He then locked the door and looked at the tall building in front of him and sighed softly. Compared to the Alchemist Union, the Bounty Union's branch is a little stingy. Seito then shook his head and threw these irrelevant thoughts out of his mind. He then walked into the building. Special Alloy Material Application Research Center. As soon as he entered the building, a row of metal signs written in English and German appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Hello, sir. How can I help you? When Seito walked to the counter, a pretty young female receptionist stood up and asked, I want to go here. As Ito-sei spoke, he took a pen and a piece of paper from the counter and drew a pattern that only the members of the Alchemy Association and the Alchemy website could understand. Then, he pushed the paper in front of the receptionist. Are you here to do business or to buy something? Seeing the picture on the paper, the receptionist tore off the paper and threw it into the shredder under the counter. She then looked at Seito and asked with a smile, What's the difference? It was Seito's first time at the Alchemist Union's branch, so he didn't know much about everything here. If you're here to do business, you can take the elevator over there and go to the other floor according to the type of business you need. The receptionist pointed at one of the 2 elevators on her right. If you're here to buy something, you can take the other elevator to the trading center and do the transaction there. Then the receptionist pointed at the other elevator and said, What kind of business do we have here? Seito asked curiously. Membership registration, membership processing, corresponding membership requests, and several other services. The receptionist answered patiently. Oh, is there a brochure? Seito continued to ask. Yes. The receptionist nodded in response. Then she bent down and opened a drawer on the counter. She took out a notebook-sized blue booklet with a white alchemy picture printed on it and handed it to Seito. Thank you. Seito took the booklet and thanked her. You're welcome. The receptionist replied. With a heart full of curiosity, Ito flipped open the booklet in his hand and lowered his head to browse through it. After a while, Ito roughly browsed through the booklet and closed it. There's a lot of business here. It's almost as good as a Zhongguo patent company. Then he nodded at the receptionist in front of him and turned to the elevator that led to the trading center. He pressed the button to open the elevator door and took the elevator down to the trading center. Ding! 10 seconds later, with a soft sound, the elevator door slowly opened on both sides. Then, like an underground shopping mall, a marble corridor with various shops and counters appeared in front of Ito. Ito, who was a little surprised by the scene in front of him, hesitated for a second before stepping out of the elevator and looking at the surrounding shops. Martin's Potion Shop. As soon as he looked up, a large signboard entered Ito's eyes. Potion? Alchemy potion? Looking at the content written on the signboard, Ito was full of doubts. Then he couldn't hold back his curiosity and stepped into the shop next to him. Welcome. As soon as he walked into the shop, a middle-aged man wearing a white coat with some stubble on his face, but overall, he looked clean and tidy. He looked like he was 36 or 37 years old, and he greeted Ito. Chapter 769. P.S. Thanks to Rue Hui Moondream for her precious monthly votes and Nickfany for her tip. What would you like to buy, sir? The middle-aged man slowly walked up to Ito with his hands in the pockets of his white coat. He looked at Ito with a smile on his face. Are these all alchemy potions? Ito turned around and looked at the glass cabinets standing in front of the walls on both sides. There were red, blue, green, or purple small bottles, the size of a chemical test tube, placed in the glass cabinets in front of the walls. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. He could tell from Ito's words that this was Ito's first time in this kind of shop. Then, without Ito asking, he took the initiative to introduce, those red ones are healing potions. They can be applied externally or internally to treat injuries. Those blue ones are mental potions. They can stimulate the brain to forcefully produce mental strength. Those green ones are body strengthening potions. They can increase the user's strength to a certain extent. Those purple ones are specialized potions. They can temporarily increase the user's concentration and be used to complete magic and scientific research. Of course, if you don't need these, you can also buy these things. For example, that pink one is Scar Removal Potion. After applying it, any scars will completely disappear in 3 to 4 days. There's also this black whitening potion, yellow odor removing potion, blue slimming potion, and so on. The middle-aged man then pointed to another display window and introduced. These alchemists are really keeping up with the times. They even know that it's easy to earn money from women. Ito thought to himself as he listened to the middle-aged man's introduction. How much do you sell these potions? Ito asked after the middle-aged man finished his introduction. What kind of potion are you asking about? The middle-aged man turned back to Ito and asked. For example, that healing potion, Ito asked as his gaze fell on the bottle of bright red potion. That depends on what method you choose to buy. The middle-aged man, who was also looking at the potion, said, there are 3 ways for alchemy shops like ours to trade. The first type is an ordinary transaction, which is the simplest and most straightforward. As long as you pay the corresponding amount of money, the potion is yours. One is a barter transaction. For example, you can take out something that you don't need, but that I might need, and exchange it according to a certain value. This kind of trading method is more suitable for mercenaries or bounty hunters. The last one is an answer trade. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing. If you have no money and no items that I think you can exchange for, but you think you have enough knowledge, you can use this method. Can you tell me more about the third method? Ito asked the middle-aged man. He was still a little confused about the third method. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded in response. Then he continued, since little brother can find this place, you should know about the existence of alchemists. When we study alchemy, we often encounter all kinds of problems. Some of the answers can be found by experimenting day after day. Some of the problems can't be solved. The third trading method was created because of this reason. As long as you can answer the difficult questions, then according to the value of the difficult questions in my mind, you can exchange for a corresponding amount of alchemy potions. What a great method of trading. Sei Ito, who understood the third method, sighed softly. Yes. The middle-aged man also agreed with a sigh. Now, customer, which method of trading would you like to choose? The middle-aged man collected his thoughts and asked again. Tell me about the first two methods first. Sei Ito tilted his head and thought for a moment before deciding. Okay, the middle-aged man agreed and explained. If you follow the first method, then the price of the light healing potion is 3,500 USD per potion. Hiss! Sei Ito, who was completely shocked by the value of the potion, subconsciously took a light breath. If you follow the second method, then as long as you take out a moonlight grass, you can exchange it for 3 light healing potions or 1 primary healing potion. The middle-aged man, who saw Sei Ito's reaction, faintly smiled and continued without stopping. Moonlight grass. You mean the moonlight grass that only grows in canyons that are more than 100 meters deep and have underground rivers flowing through them? Sei Ito tilted his head and asked the middle-aged man beside him. Customer, it seems like you know a lot about these things. The middle-aged man looked at Sei Ito with a surprised expression. Forget it. I haven't been to any deep mountains or forests recently, so I'll just use the money to buy it. Sei Ito ignored the middle-aged man's surprised expression and lightly shook his head. Then what kind of potions do you want to buy? The middle-aged man was only surprised for a moment. He didn't think that Sei Ito knew anything about the moonlight grass, so he returned to the main topic and asked. Light, primary, intermediate, and advanced healing potions, mental recovery potions, specialty potions, memory potions, and body-strengthening potions. 3 of each. Sei Ito said after carefully looking at the potions in the display window. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded and returned to the back of the counter. He bent down and opened the alloy safe below. He took out the potions that Sei Ito wanted and stored them in a small freezer. This time, he locked the safe again and stood up with the small freezer. Customer, the total is 1,154,000 USD. The middle-aged man lightly placed his hands on the small freezer and looked at Sei Ito, who walked to the counter. Although Sei Ito had estimated the value of these potions, he still didn't expect it to exceed 1 million USD. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then he took out an International Bank Union bank card and handed it to the middle-aged man. Right. Are there any precautions or taboos when using these potions? Sei Ito looked at the middle-aged man who took the bank card and operated the card machine. Yes. The middle-aged man explained as he operated the machine. First of all, these potions must be stored at a temperature below 5 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, they will slowly lose their potency at room temperature. Secondly, after the potion is opened, it must be used within 3 minutes. Otherwise, the potion's energy will evaporate and disappear in the air. Not only will it lose its original effect, but it may also become toxic. Please type. The middle-aged man handed the bank card and the car machine back to Sei Ito. Then, when Sei Ito held the pen and signed, he continued. Lastly, the effects of these potions are caused by strong stimulation to the human body. Therefore, after using them, there will be different side effects depending on the individual. For example, Sei Ito asked as he handed the signed card machine back to the middle-aged man. Take the healing potion as an example. This is because the healing effect is achieved by stimulating the human body's self-healing ability. Therefore, after the potion takes effect, the human body will experience high fever, high energy consumption, strong hunger or lack of blood, dizziness, and so on. The middle-aged man took the card machine and put it away. Therefore, if you want to use the healing potion, it is recommended that you use it in a safe place after the battle. Then please help me with the other things. Sei Ito continued to ask when he realized that these alchemy potions did not seem to be as good as he had imagined. Okay, the middle-aged man agreed. Then, he explained to Sei Ito the possible side effects after using the potions he had purchased. It seems that when I gave the potions to Emma and the others for research, there should be some side effects. It is necessary to remind them to find a way to deal with these sequelae. After listening to the middle-aged man, Ito Seigen said, "Thank you, boss. I'll be going now." Seito picked up the small freezer and smiled at the boss. "Take care. I won't see you out." The middle-aged man looked at Seito and said. Seito nodded. Carrying the small freezer, he turned around and walked out of Martin's potion shop and continued to stroll around the other shops. After visiting 2 more alchemy potion shops and buying sensitivity potion, perception potion, agility potion, and other alchemy potions that Martin's potion shop did not have, Seito slowly walked to a weapon shop. Iron Gold Weapon Shop. Seito read the shop's signboard softly. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the weapon shop. Perhaps this weapon shop was famous, or perhaps for some people, equipment was more valuable than potions. Therefore, unlike the previous potion shops, there was no one else in the shop except for the boss. Instead, there were 2 customers, a man and a woman. Seeing the boss greet the customer, Seito did not disturb him. Instead, he browsed through the weapons on the shelves on both sides. "It's so damn expensive." After browsing through a few weapons, Seito couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw the price written below the weapons. However, Seito couldn't be blamed for cursing. Just the dagger that Seito was looking at, which was no different from an ordinary dagger, cost more than $80,000, which was nearly 500,000 renminbi. It was enough to buy a house in a second-tier city. "Dear customer, do you like this weapon?" Just when Seito was speechless at the price of the dagger, a male voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Seito looked in the direction of the voice. Then, a middle-aged man about 1.9 meters tall, with a square face and short blonde hair, who looked to be in his 40s, entered Seito's sight. "Can you introduce the characteristics of this dagger to me?" Seito nodded to the middle-aged man and pointed at the dagger in front of him. "Of course." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, then reached out and took the dagger on the shelf. While showing it to Seito, he introduced it. "This dagger is made of special alloy made by alchemy. It was forged with a special flame and forging method. Its characteristics are that it is unusually sharp. It can easily cut through a 10-centimeter thick alloy steel plate without any fracture. It also doesn't have the reflective properties of metal." When he mentioned the non-reflective properties, the middle-aged man blocked the light in the shop with his body and waved the dagger twice in the shadow, formed by his body, as a demonstration. "Other than that, are there any other characteristics?" Seito shook his head slightly and asked. "This dagger's specialty is to pursue sharpness. If you want to have special properties, maybe the dagger over there can meet your needs." The middle-aged man shook his head, put the dagger back on the shelf, then pointed at another dagger not far away. "Oh!" Seito followed the middle-aged man's finger and saw the pitch-black dagger. "This dagger is also made of a special alloy made by alchemy. It was forged with a special flame and a special technique, but it is different from the previous dagger. The metal used in this dagger doesn't have high sharpness, but it has a high amount of energy conductivity. It can strengthen and condense the energy used to increase the attack power." The middle-aged man brought Ito Sei to the dagger, took it off, and gave it to Ito Sei as he introduced it. Seito didn't stand on ceremony and transferred a small amount of energy to the dagger in his hand. In an instant, there was a soft sound. A silver-white aura immediately emerged from the dagger, exuding an unusually sharp aura. Along with the sound of the dagger, the man and woman who were choosing their weapons subconsciously looked at Seito and the dagger in his hand. Not only that, this dagger has a socket that can be embedded with special energy crystals to increase the dagger's attributes, the middle-aged man said proudly. He was very satisfied with the dagger's effect. "Special energy crystals?" Ito Sei caught a word in the middle-aged man's words and thought to himself calmly. "It's probably the crystal on the broken alchemy stick." "Boss, do you sell special energy crystals here?" Seito asked after dispersing the energy and returning the dagger to the boss. "I do, but it's not as rich as the ones in the crystal store," the middle-aged man said with an awkward expression. "Can I take a look?" Seito asked curiously. All right, please come with me. The middle-aged man nodded and led Seito back to the counter. He bent down and took out 4 to 5 specially sealed boxes from a drawer under the counter and placed them on the counter. Dear customer, please take a look. The middle-aged man placed the boxes in a straight line in front of him and introduced them one by one. This red one is a fire attribute energy crystal. This blue one is a water attribute crystal. This white one is an ice attribute crystal. This golden one is a sharpness crystal. And this green one is a wind attribute crystal. How much is this crystal? I mean, according to the transaction model. Seito asked as he picked up the white crystal that was almost identical to the one embedded on the broken alchemy rod in his hand. 580,000 US dollars for one, the middle-aged man said straightforwardly. Seito's mouth twitched as he placed the crystal back on the table. He thought to himself, I'll go to the higher-up's office later and ask how much the special energy crystal's manufacturing formula costs. This thing is really too profitable. Chapter 770. After that, Seito strolled around the weapon store for a while. Then, under the disdainful gazes of the man and woman who had bought the weapons, he turned around and walked out of the weapon store. He walked toward the equipment store, diagonally opposite the weapon store. There were more customers in the equipment store than in the weapon store. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of the equipment and whispered in low voices. Welcome. As soon as Seito walked into the equipment store, a female employee walked up and greeted Seito with a smile. TSK, it seems like the equipment store is really profitable. They even have employees. Seito nodded in response to the female employee's greeting. He sized up the situation in the store and thought to himself. Then, accompanied by the female shop assistant, he started browsing through the equipment store. Skin-tight, soft armor, made with special craftsmanship, can reduce energy damage by 30% and physical damage by 50%. Price, 1.88 million. Boots of Wind, made with lynx skin as raw material and enchanted by a great alchemist, can increase the user's movement speed by 5%. Price, 970 million. Wrist Guard of Strength, made with Meng family's tiger skin as raw material and enchanted by a great alchemist, can increase the user's strength concentration by 8%. Price, 990 million. Sure enough, it's better to produce and sell everything on your own. Buying and whatnot is too nonsensical. Seito was speechless as he browsed through a dozen or so pieces of equipment. Then, he stopped his wandering footsteps and turned around to walk out of the equipment store under the astonished gaze of the female employee accompanying him. Since I've already suffered a blow, I might as well just treat it as an eye-opener, Seito thought to himself as he stood silently at the entrance of the equipment store for a few seconds. Then, he turned around and walked toward the store with a sign, Maria's Jewelry Store. As soon as he walked into the store, a sea of pink entered Seito's eyes. Then, 3 women and 1 man appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Seito simply glanced at the 4 of them and ignored them. He turned his head and browsed through the various exquisite and practical jewelry displayed in the display window. Fire Crystal Ring, made with fire-type crystals as the core, can increase the attack power of Gui-type ability users by 5%. Price, 1.03 million. Sky Sea Necklace, made from basic energy crystals engraved with special magic arrays, can store 3 equivalents of the user's mental strength. Has the ability to calm the mind and concentrate the mind. Price, 1.78 million. The Guardian Ring uses a basic energy crystal as its core. It was made with a mithril ring engraved with a level 3 wind barrier spell. It can withstand a full blow from a C+ great ability user. Price, 4.66 million. The owner of this jewelry shop seems to have a lot of connections. Almost every piece of jewelry has some traces of magic. If she wasn't an expert in both magic and alchemy, she wouldn't be able to do it. That means she knows a magician. Seito, who had also browsed through a lot of items, turned his head and looked at the jewelry shop owner, who looked like an ordinary old lady sitting behind the counter. Perhaps feeling Seito's gaze, the old lady raised her head and looked at Seito. What a sharp perception. Seito was secretly surprised when he saw this. He immediately retracted his gaze and continued to browse through the various jewelry in the display window. The old lady looked at Seito and didn't say anything. She once again lowered her head and went back to doing her own thing at the counter. After browsing for a while, although Seito wanted to buy, he didn't have enough USD in his bank account. He turned around and walked out of the jewelry shop. After passing by the other pharmacies, weapon shops, equipment shops, jewelry shops, and custom-made shops on both sides of the corridor, he walked into a shop called Little Mark Supermarket. Welcome. As soon as he walked into the shop, a short European man, who was only about 1.5 meters tall, greeted Ito-sei with a smile on his face. Ito nodded politely to the short man as a form of greeting. Then he turned his head and looked at the items in the shop. What do you want? Maybe the short man felt a little bored, so he walked up to Seito and asked, "What are these?" Seeing the boss come up to ask, Seito didn't hesitate and directly pointed to the various strange-looking items in the display window. "Those are small props I invented." The short man walked to the display window and opened the protective window to take out the items while he said to Seito. Then he took out a small spray-like bottle and turned to Seito and introduced, "Like this is a spray that can get rid of your own smell." Then he put the spray back in its original place. He took out another small bottle similar to the L'Oreal facial cream bottle and said, "This is a face-changing cream. After applying it on your face, you can temporarily change your appearance." Then he put it back in its original place and took out an item the size of a ping-pong ball. "This is an energy tide bomb. It can create a small energy tide. It can erase traces left behind during battle and reduce the possibility of being tracked by the enemy." Then he took out another item that was 20 centimeters long and wide. It was less than 10 centimeters thick and was a special black metal. "This is a substitute puppet I made according to the principle of liquid metal." In this way, the short man introduced his inventions one by one to Seito as if he was showing off. "This guy's a genius." "Absolutely." Listening to the short man, Little Mark, the shop owner, Seito was shocked. "How much does the energy tide bomb, odor removal spray, and energy disruption force field cost?" When Little Mark was almost done with his introduction, Seito picked out 3 items that were more useful to him and asked, "The energy tide bomb is $200,000 each, the odor removal spray is $30,000 each, and the energy disruption force field is $8 million each," Little Mark said without hesitation. $8 million. Seito looked at Little Mark in shock and exclaimed, "Yes." Little Mark looked at Seito with an arrogant look as if he didn't care if he bought it or not. F***CK. Seito looked at Little Mark and cursed in his heart. "If I buy it, I'll lose 2/3 of the money in my bank account. How am I supposed to live?" However, when he thought about the range of the energy disruption force field, Seito gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, I'll take them all." At the same time, he said fiercely in his heart, F***CK. After I buy it, I'll let my subordinates study it. I don't believe that with their brains, they can't crack this thing of yours. How many energy tide bombs do you want? How many spray bottles do you want?" Little Mark, who was wobbling behind the counter, climbed onto his high stool and looked at Seito as he asked, "Give me 5 energy tide bombs and 3 spray bottles," Seito said with a pained expression. "Okay." Little Mark replied with a smile. Then he squatted down and took out the items that Seito had purchased from under the counter. "Thank you. $9,090,000. Little Mark said as he used a large metal suitcase to pack the 5 energy tide bombs, 3 odor removal spray, and a set of energy disruption force field. Seeing this, Seito's mouth twitched as he took out his bank card and handed it to Little Mark. After receiving the bank card, Little Mark didn't hesitate as he turned around and started working on the computer. After a short while, he handed the bank card back to Seito. It seems that the Alchemist Association has its own system for transactions. Otherwise, the transfer of nearly 10 million US dollars wouldn't just be done by swiping the card, say Ito thought as he took the bank card and glanced at the shiny computer screen. After that, say Ito carried the metal suitcase in his left hand and the small freezer with the alchemy potions in his right hand. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked out of Little Mark's supermarket. He went to the last shop that he hadn't visited yet, the Peculiar Crystal Store. Due to the high price of peculiar crystals, the situation in the Peculiar Crystal Store was similar to that of a potion store. Only the owner was there, and there weren't any customers. What surprised Sei Ito was that the person in charge of the Peculiar Crystal Store wasn't a proper shop owner. Instead, it was a cute little girl who looked about 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing a red gothic dress and had her blonde hair tied into two thin ponytails on both sides of her head. "Welcome," the little girl standing behind the counter greeted in a crisp voice. "Hello." Sei Ito nodded in response when he saw the other party's cute appearance. "Big brother, do you want to buy peculiar crystals?" The little girl looked at Sei Ito with sparkling eyes and asked cutely. She looked as if she would cry if he didn't want to buy peculiar crystals. "I made a mistake. I made a mistake. The shop owner must have an ulterior motive for putting a little girl here." "Absolutely." Sei Ito's face twitched when he saw the little girl's expression. "Yes," Sei Ito replied while gritting his teeth. "Oh, that's great. What kind of peculiar crystal does Big Brother want to buy?" After receiving Sei Ito's answer, the little girl who jumped down from behind the counter cheered and walked out of the counter. She looked at Sei Ito and asked, "I want to buy an ice peculiar crystal," Sei Ito said with a desire to save money. "Oh." After hearing the amount Sei Ito wanted to buy, the little girl pouted and replied in a low voice. Then, she slowly walked to the side and took out an ice peculiar crystal from the grid. "Here, how much?" Sei Ito asked as he walked to the little girl and reached out to take the peculiar crystal. 650,000 USD for one. The little girl looked at Sei Ito with an innocent face and said, Are you sure you didn't get wrong?" Sei Ito looked at the little girl in shock when he heard the price that was completely different from the price of the peculiar crystal mentioned by the shop owner. "Yes, that's the price my mother told me," the little girl said with an innocent face. "I understand. Buy it," Sei Ito said speechlessly after knowing that he had been cheated by the cute trap. "Okay." The little girl who saw Sei Ito pay cheered and quickly ran back to the counter to complete the transaction procedures for Sei Ito. Chapter 771. 2 minutes later, Sei Ito, who had put away the ice crystal, walked out of the special crystal store with a painful expression as the little girl said, "You're welcome to come again next time." What a loss, what a loss. This is only the first floor's finished product store, and I've already run out of USD. I don't know what the second floor's trading square and the third floor's material trading center will be like. It seems that my little fortune is really insignificant in the inner world. Sei Ito sighed as he walked straight to the elevator. It seems that I have to accept more bounty missions to make money during this period of time in the main world. Otherwise, if I want to buy anything in the future, the little money I have now is really not enough. Sei Ito walked to the elevator door and reached out to press the button next to it. Ding! At this time, a soft sound was heard, and the closed elevator door slowly opened in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito stepped aside to let a man with a scar on his face and an irrepressible, murderous aura walk out of the elevator. He was obviously a mercenary. Sei Ito stepped into the elevator and pressed the button to go to the second floor of the underground free trade square. At this time, Sei Ito felt the elevator shake slightly, and a weak sense of weightlessness was produced. After 4 or 5 seconds, the elevator disappeared with a soft ding sound. Then, Sei Ito stepped out of the elevator with a metal suitcase and a small freezer in each hand. Immediately, a loud noise and a large number of illegal stalls appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes and ears. "It's so lively. It's almost as lively as the big market in my hometown in my previous life." Sei Ito stood in front of the elevator and quietly looked at the situation in the market. Then Sei Ito did not stay. He stepped into the crowd and slowly browsed along the stalls on the right. There are a lot of things, but most of them are inexplicable items, or things taken from tombs, ruins, or enemies. There are also some really good things. After browsing through 6 or 7 stalls, Ito had a preliminary understanding of the situation on the second floor of the trading center. At this time, a weak fluctuation suddenly came from a stall 2 stalls away from Ito and attracted his attention. He calmly looked at the crowd around him. Realizing that no one was paying attention to the fluctuation, Ito-Seishin's interest was immediately piqued. He stood up in front of the stall and continued to browse the items on the stall while carefully sensing the fluctuation and moving closer. Just like that, 3 minutes passed. Ito finally came to the stall where the fluctuation came from. Is it that piece of wood? He pretended to casually glance at the stall. Ito locked onto the origin of the fluctuation and thought to himself, "Hey, what do you want to buy?" The stall owner was about 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned body. A young man who looked to be 26 or 27 years old with short chestnut-colored hair and bronze skin looked at Ito, who was squatting in front of the stall. Just looking around, Ito casually glanced at the stall owner and took in his appearance. At the same time, he thought to himself, is he from Egypt or the Middle East? What is this? Ito picked up an old silver coin and asked the stall owner. I don't know, but it is said that it has something to do with the treasure of Captain Jack of the Seven Seas. What do you think? Do you want to buy it and try your luck? The stall owner looked at Ito and said, if it's real, why don't you keep it? Ito casually glanced at it and said, Sai, it's because I'm not strong enough. If I had B-level strength, I would never sell this silver coin. The stall owner shrugged helplessly. Ito Mori raised his head and looked at the stall owner again. He found that the other party's strength was C-class. C-level? It seems that he got that piece of wood by chance. Ito guessed in his mind. Unfortunately, I'm not much stronger than you. This kind of thing should be left to other masters. Ito put the silver coin back and curled his lips. That's true. This kind of thing isn't something that a bunch of C-class grasshoppers like us should do. The stall owner looked up and down at Ito and found that Ito's strength was similar to his, which was only C-level. What is this piece of wood? At this time, Ito finally picked up the piece of wood that was his target and asked, Oh, this. I got it from an enemy. I don't know the details. The stall owner glanced at the piece of wood and shrugged. But when I got it, I tested it. It's very hard. It's not inferior to normal steel. Oh, that's interesting. How much is this? Ito reached out and checked it. After finding that there was no change, he asked, 50,000 USD. You can have it. The stall owner said happily. That's it? 50,000 USD? Are you sure you're not joking? Ito lightly tossed the piece of wood in his hand and sneered. Although I don't know what this is, buddy, if you want it, it's worth this price. The stall owner said confidently. Then he glanced at the metal suitcase and small freezer beside Ito and continued. And buddy, you don't need that money, right? Hee. Okay, I admit defeat. Ito understood from the stall owner's gaze why the stall owner dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. Then he held the piece of wood that was emitting a special wave in his hand and pretended to take out 12,000 USD and handed it to the stall owner. I like customers like you. The stall owner took the money and counted it in front of Ito. It seems that today's market can't be empty. Just by looking at these 2 boxes in my hand, everyone knows that I'm a fat sheep. Ito stood up in front of the stall with a wooden stick under his armpit and the boxes in each hand. But I'm not willing to leave just like this. Since I can find something else like a piece of wood, maybe I can find something else at other stalls. Should I continue? Ito turned to look at the crowd and thought, let's continue. It's just a little money. I'll just rob the rich and give to the poor a few more times. Ito decided in the next second. Then Ito continued to walk around the Free Trade Center without stopping. Are you sure the organization is here? Not long after Ito left the stall, a tall man and a petite girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old walked out of the elevator. The tall man asked the girl next to him in a special language. If Seito saw the two people, he would realize that the two people were the divination girl Uru and the tall man that he met when he went to Hawaii for a vacation with his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Rita Ito, and Yi. I'm sure. The petite girl replied in the same special language. How we find it? The tall man frowned as he looked at the situation in the Free Trade Center. Then he turned to Uluru and said, "Can't your astrology determine the exact location of the component?" "No, there's a strong interference around that item. It's difficult to determine its approximate location. I had another component with me at that time. Without that component, I wouldn't even be able to lock onto it." Uluru shook her head. "Damn it. If I knew, I wouldn't have handed that component to the higher-ups." The tall man's tone was full of displeasure. "Take your time. I've already memorized the destiny wave that the component emits. As long as we're close enough, I believe I can still lock onto it." Uluru comforted him. "Okay." The tall man, who couldn't think of anything else to do, agreed. He walked into the crowd with the petite girl Uluru and searched the stalls one by one. They weren't here to shop at all. They had a clear goal. The two were very fast. They went through most of the stalls in a short while and gradually approached Sei Ito's stall. "I feel it." When Uluru was 10 meters away from Sei Ito, she suddenly turned to look in Sei Ito's direction and said softly, "Great, let's go." The tall man's face immediately showed a touch of joy when he heard that and urged Uluru. Uluru nodded and quickly walked toward the source of the wave with the tall man. Soon, Seito appeared in front of Uru and the tall man with a wooden stick under his armpit and a metal suitcase and a small freezer in his hands. "That man is—" Uluru frowned as she looked at Seito's back. She felt that he looked familiar and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "It's that component." Seeing the wooden stick under Seito's armpit, the tall man whispered to Uluru in surprise, "This is the Alchemist Association's branch. It's not suitable for us to take action. Let's follow him. After he leaves the association, we'll snatch the component." Just as the tall man was about to step forward, the young girl, Uluru, quickly reached out and grabbed the tall man's wrist. "Okay." The tall man nodded and agreed. Then, together with Uluru, they followed Seito from a distance of 5 meters. With so many people around, Seito didn't immediately sense that someone was following him. He was still discussing the price of the item in his hand with the stall owner. "Here's the money." After a moment, Seito put away a fossilized egg that was still faintly showing signs of life and handed the money to the stall owner. Then Ito Sei, who finished the transaction, straightened up and continued to move to other booths. Chapter 772. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl Knows Nothing for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Cute Girl Knows Nothing and Nickfany for their tips. F***CK. A basic energy crystal refining formula actually costs $100 million US. Those people from the Alchemist Association must be so poor that they've gone crazy. After a long while, when the sky was about to turn dark, Ito Sei walked out of the Alchemy Association's branch with a metal suitcase and a small freezer in each hand, a special wooden stick under his arm, and a fossilized egg in his arms. He muttered to himself as he walked out of the Alchemy Association. It turned out that just now, after visiting the second floor of the Free Trade Center, he went to the third floor of the Alchemy Material Trading Market and bought some materials with good attributes. Seito walked out of the Underground Trading Market and went to the business center on the upper floor. He wanted to buy the energy crystal refining formula there, but when he asked for the price, the staff didn't even look up and quoted him a price of $100 million US. The price was so high that it could shock Seito to death. It seems that if I want to get the basic energy crystal refining formula, other than buying it through the normal way, I can only exchange it or rob it from others, or, if I'm lucky, I can also study it myself. Seito walked to the parking lot, pressed the electronic lock to open the car door, and lowered his body to put the things in the back seat. Bang! Then, Seito straightened up and closed the car door. He opened the front door and sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove away from the parking lot in front of the Alchemy Association. Not long after Seito's car drove away, A red BMW and a black Audi started one after another and followed him at a certain distance. I felt like I was being watched just now. I didn't expect that there would be people who would rob me halfway. Ito sneered as he saw one of the suspicious cars through the rearview mirror. I just don't know if your teeth are strong enough to bite a piece of meat like me. After thinking about it, Ito slowly stepped on the accelerator, increased the speed of the car, and quickly drove away. After all, this area was still under the jurisdiction of the Alchemy Association. No matter how bold the people behind them were, they would not dare to make a move here. When the other two cars saw Ito's car speeding up, they quickly sped up and followed closely behind. Just like that, the three cars maintained a stable distance from each other. One car after another left the city and came to the outskirts of the city. When they reached the suburbs, Ito slowly stopped his car. Without turning off the engine, he opened the door and got out of the car. His left arm was half bent on the roof of the car. He looked in the direction of the rear of the car. Soon, the figure of a red BMW appeared in Ito's sight and stopped not far from him. Following two muffled bangs, one was tall and sturdy while the other was thin. However, the two European-looking men got out of the car. After looking at each other, they walked towards Ito with a grin on their faces. A level C+ and a level B. I thought they were some powerful people. Ito shook his head and muttered to himself as he saw the strength of the two men. Kid, if you really want to, then hurry up and hand over the things you have on you. Us two brothers might take into account that you are more obedient and spare your life out of kindness. Otherwise, we don't mind turning this place into your burial ground. The burly man of the two, whose strength was at dash, looked at Ito and sneered. I don't know what you were thinking, kid. You knew that someone was following you, but you still drove the car into the wilderness. I really don't know if you were confident in your strength or if I should say you were an idiot. The other man looked at Ito with a mocking look. I should be the one saying this to you too. Ito, who retracted his left arm from the roof of the car, looked at the two men with a funny expression and said, You knew that I drove the car into the wilderness, so you should have guessed that I have something to rely on, but you still dare to follow me. You look like you're going to kill me. Were you if not an idiot? When they heard Ito's words, the expressions of the two men immediately changed, and their eyes flickered as they looked around. No need to look around. There's no ambush here. I can deal with you too. I alone am enough. Ito looked at the two men who were on guard and said, Bill, the situation may be a bit wrong. Let's quickly kill this kid and get the things out of here. The skinny young man's eyes flickered as he looked around and said softly to the burly man, Bill. Okay. Bill nodded heavily and agreed. Then, with a roar, the muscles all over his body immediately expanded in an extremely exaggerated manner. His clothes and pants were torn apart, revealing his arms, legs, and chest with bulging veins and blood vessels. Go to hell, Bill yelled with a serious expression. Among the dirt and gravel that exploded due to the huge force from his feet, his body rushed in front of Ito like a shadow. He stretched out his large palm and slapped down on Ito's head. Physical ability user, Ito thought as he gently tilted his head to dodge Bill's attack. Then his right arm suddenly rose like a spring, and the back of his clenched fist heavily hit Bill's face. Bang! In an instant, there was a muffled sound. Bill's head immediately exploded like a watermelon that was hit by a heavy object. Large amounts of red and white matter and brain fragments flew in all directions. TSK, after the energy purification, the strength of the monstrous strength fist has become even greater. Ito thought as he quickly retreated and let the burly man, Bill's head, explode with blood. How is that possible? The skinny young man who saw Bill's head explode exclaimed with a face of disbelief and fear. That's why I said you were idiots. With a light tap of his foot, Ito suddenly appeared in front of the skinny young man using the ground shrinking technique. He lightly placed his hand on the skinny young man's chest and smiled. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was another muffled sound. The skinny young man's body suddenly bent into an inverted C shape. There was still a look of fear and disbelief on his face. His face was full of shock and unwillingness. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then he folded his arms in front of his chest and fell to the ground beside Ito, who had retracted his palm, using the penetrating force to directly hit a person's heart. The effect seems to be no different from the heart destruction palm of the Qingxing sect. They both blast the heart into pieces from the inside of the body. Ito thought as he looked at the skinny young man who had fallen to the ground and was rapidly losing his breath. Then, Ito raised his head and looked at the darkness not far away. He said loudly, "You too, isn't it time for you to come out? Ta 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 ta." After a few seconds of silence, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. One tall and one short, one burly and one petite man and woman walked out from the dark corner. They stopped at a position about 5 meters away from Ito. "It's you?" As soon as Ito Saikai, who had an excellent memory, saw the petite girl, he immediately remembered who she was. He looked at her with a surprised face and said, "Uluru, do you know him?" Hearing Ito's words, the burly man looked down at the petite girl Uluru next to him with a puzzled expression. He asked in a special language, "I've seen him in Hawaii." Uluru nodded slightly. She replied in the same special language. Then, she looked at Ito and said to the burly man, "I'll talk to him first and see if we can trade the item." "Okay." Looking at the two corpses on the ground, the burly man realized that he wouldn't be able to kill them so easily after putting himself in their shoes. He nodded and agreed. "Hey," Uluru called out in a crisp voice. Ito looked at Uluru with a puzzled expression and waited for her to continue. "You have the target of our mission in your hands. Can you get it to us? We're willing to trade with you for an equivalent price," Uluru said. "Which one are you talking about?" Ito asked. "The wooden stick you bought at the Alchemist Association branch," Uluru replied. That thing is useless to me. It's not impossible for me to give it to you, but you have to tell me what it's for," Ito said with a look of realization. "Sorry, I can't tell you anything about that thing," Uluru refused without hesitation. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry. I think it's better to keep that thing in your hands. Even if you don't know what it's for, you can keep it as a collection," Ito said with a shrug and a smile on his face when he saw the girl refuse. "I advise you to give that thing to us. Keeping it will only bring you endless disaster," Uluru said with a frown when she saw the smile on Ito's face. "It's okay. I'll take it if I can. If I can't, I'll put it up at the bounty union. I'm sure someone will be willing to take it," Ito said with an indifferent smile. "Do you have to do this?" Uluru said expressionlessly when she saw that Ito wasn't going to budge. Ito didn't answer. He just looked at Uluru with a smile. "If that's the case, then you can wait for the disaster to come," Uluru said in a threatening tone. Then, she took out a scroll and unfolded it before Ito could react. In an instant, several stars in the night sky suddenly lit up. Then, Uluru and the burly man, who were wrapped in a bright white light curtain on the ground, turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Ito's field of vision. What a wonderful method! Ito narrowed his eyes and looked at the starry sky that was gradually returning to normal. "It seems that I won't be lonely in the main world for a while." Ito retracted his gaze and chuckled. Then, with a thought, he threw the bodies of the two men into the Rubik's Cube world to destroy them. Then, he slowly walked back to the car, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. He rushed back to the city. More than 20 minutes later, Ito returned to the city and found a hotel. He checked in. "What the hell are you?" Ito, who was sitting on the soft bed in the rented guest room, held the wooden stick that had attracted Uluru and the burly man. While carefully observing it, he whispered to himself, "Rubik's Cube. Do you know what the fluctuations emitted by this stick are?" Ito then asked Rubik's Cube. "The fluctuations emitted by this item are 80% similar to the dimensional positioning array," Rubik's Cube replied. "Dimensional positioning array? What's that?" Ito asked, full of doubts. The dimensional positioning array is a special array that can break through space crystal walls and carry out interplanar teleportation. It is generally used to transport troops and logistics during planar invasion wars. Rubik's Cube explained. You mean there's a dimensional positioning array that can attract otherworld invaders? Seito exclaimed with a stunned and shocked expression. The fluctuation frequency is only 80% similar to the dimensional positioning array. I can't confirm its authenticity, so I can't give you a definite answer. Rubik's Cube replied. Only 80% is already very scary, okay. Seito looked at the wooden stick in front of him for a moment, then asked Rubik's Cube again, Can you destroy this thing? Yes. Rubik's Cube replied with certainty. Phew, that's good. Seito breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then Seito immediately threw this somewhat scary wooden stick into the Rubik's Cube world and temporarily sealed it. Then he picked up the fossilized egg beside him and looked at it. What kind of animal is this? The egg has turned into a fossil, but there's still a breath of life. How tenacious is its vitality? Seito was full of amazement as he carefully felt the breath of life in the egg. Then, Seito moved his mind and transferred a wisp of world force from the Rubik's Cube world into the fossilized egg in his hand through his fingers. In an instant, Seito felt the breath of life in the egg jump slightly and slowly become stronger. It's actually effective. Seito, who sensed the change in the egg's breath, was surprised. Then, without hesitation, he transferred another wisp of world force into the fossilized egg through his fingers and stimulated the breath of life in the egg. However, the breath of life in the egg was too weak. It was already very lucky that it was not annihilated after taking in a wisp of world force. Therefore, even with the second wisp of world force, the breath of life in the egg was not affected at all. It shrunk into a small dot as if it had a consciousness, avoiding contact with world force. Seito did not force it and casually withdrew the wisp of world force. Let's give these potions to Emma and Cecil first. Seito, who had also put the fossilized egg into the Rubik's Cube world, lifted the two boxes by his feet and said. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the hotel room with the boxes and appeared on the roof of the Rubik's Cube world's ecological city. Then, with another thought, Seito summoned Emma, Cecil, Lakshata, Nina, and Serene from the ecological laboratory to his side. Sir, when they saw Seito, Emma and Cecil called out in unison. As for Lakshata, Nina, and Serene, the three of them did not know how to greet others. They just stood there and looked at Seito, waiting for his orders. Chapter 773. When Seito heard Cecil and Emma's greetings, he nodded in response to their greetings. Then, he waved his hand and summoned a cloud of cold air to cover the small freezer. Only when the cold air reached the temperature required for the preservation of alchemy potions did he open the small freezer. These are the alchemy potions I bought from the outside world. They are light, junior, intermediate, and advanced healing potions for healing, light, elementary, intermediate, and advanced spirit recovery potion for restoring spirit power, specialized potion for concentrating one's mind, memory potions for temporarily increasing one's memory, body strengthening potions for temporarily strengthening one's body, perception potions for temporarily increasing one's perception, sensitivity potions for temporarily increasing one's nerve reflexes, and agility, potions for increasing one's explosive strength. Seito pointed at the potions and introduced them one by one. There are 3 of each type of potion. Emma and Cecil will take samples from them in a ratio of 2 to 1 and bring them back for research. Seito continued. My lord wants me to research them. When Cecil heard Seito's arrangement, she was slightly surprised. Yes, it is a waste of your talent to always follow behind Lloyd and assist him in his research. Therefore, I plan to let you be independent in the future and be in charge of a research project by yourself. This is what I want to give you. Seito looked at Cecil with a smile. But my lord, I have never come into contact with such things. Although Cecil was somewhat moved by the idea of being able to conduct a research project by herself, she didn't have much confidence in researching alchemy potions since she had always been in contact with machinery and mecha weapons. Zhu said with some hesitation. Don't worry. If you don't know how to do it, just go and learn. If there's anything you don't understand, you can go to the ecological laboratory and ask Emma, or you can ask me when I have time. Seito looked at Cecil and comforted her. Then, with an expression that said, I believe that with Cecil's ability, you will be able to grasp these things very quickly. When she saw the encouraging expression on Seito's face, Cecil, who was indeed somewhat moved by the idea of conducting a research project by herself, finally nodded and agreed. Yes, my lord, Cecil replied with a resolute expression. Now, I'll talk about the precautions of these potions. Seeing Cecil agree, Idose smiled and told Emma and Cecil about the preservation of these potions and the side effects after using them. The task I'm giving you is to try your best to decipher the formula of these potions. Then, he would try his best to eliminate the side effects of these drugs, to the extent that we can completely produce and sell our own products. Idose finally said, Yes. Emma and Cecil replied with a serious expression. Speaking of these potions, sir, our laboratory has also produced a few special potions, Emma suddenly said as she lowered her head to look at the colorful test tubes. Oh, Seito looked at Emma in surprise. My lord, do you still remember the specimens you threw into our lab? Emma looked up at Seito. He blinked his eyes and said, Oh, you're talking about those specimens? Seito asked after receiving Emma's hint. What specimens? Weren't they the fire scorpion, Mars, deadly lover Leighton, and Faskiner Schopenhauer that Seito had captured back then? Yes, my lord. Our laboratory's newest potions were obtained from those specimens, Emma explained with a smile. For example, there's a strength-enhancing potion made from specimen C01. It can increase the strength of a person's body by several folds after consuming it. Not bad, Seito praised with a smile. He didn't expect his laboratory to be able to produce potions that didn't lose out to alchemy potions. It's just like the potions you have, my lord. They have side effects that can put a person in danger, Emma said regretfully. These are all small problems. Just try your best to break through your current bottleneck and overcome them. Seito waved his hand nonchalantly. He then looked at Emma and asked, other than the strength-enhancing potion, what else is there? There are also 4 different types of potions that were developed based on the characteristics of the C03 sample, Emma said with a strange expression when she heard the question. Oh, looking at Emma's expression, Seito became more curious. One of them is an antidote. Although there's no way to conduct a complicated test, it can remove 75% of the toxins released by specimen C03. It can also remove the venom of 13 commonly seen venomous snakes, Emma explained. The other one is an energy venom. It's specially made for espers. After consuming it, it can deplete the energy of the poisoned person in an extremely short period of time. However, after testing, it's only effective on espers below LV4. As for how effective it is when used on others, there's too little data to determine. The other one is a charm potion. After consuming it, it will release a unique aura. It can make people unknowingly develop a good impression of the potion user and even create a strong physiological desire. Hearing this, Seito finally understood why Emma's expression was weird. As for the last potion, it can be considered a side product of the charm potion. This potion can cause espers to have a strong physiological desire and cause them to lose most of their rationality before the potion's effect ends. Emma finally said, Well done, Seito praised with a weird smile after hearing the effects of the last potion. He then waved his hand and conjured an even smaller freezer. He said to Cecil, You and Emma can take the potions. Cecil nodded after receiving the freezer. He and Emma walked to the cold air mass and squatted down to distribute the potions in a ratio of 2:1. This is what I want you to study. Seeing that Emma and Seito had started distributing the potions, he carried the metal briefcase to Lakshata, Nina, and Celine. He held the briefcase horizontally in his arms and opened it to show the 3 of them the contents. Energy disruption force field and energy tide bomb. But because the price is too expensive, I can only get one set of energy disruption force field for the time being. So be careful when you disassemble it and don't destroy it too quickly. Otherwise, I won't have the money to get another set in a short period of time. Ito smiled as he took out 3 bottles of odor-dispelling sprays and 2 energy tide bombs from the briefcase and handed it to Lakshata. You're short on money? Lakshata said with disdain as she received the briefcase. I'm not short on money, but the outside world is a little different now. Some methods can't be too excessive, otherwise it'll be very troublesome. Ito shrugged and explained. Also, although this thing isn't used to harm people, the instantaneous burst of power is enough to injure the 3 of you. So be careful when you study it, Ito reminded as he pointed to the 3 energy tide bombs left in the briefcase. Got it. Serene, who was observing the energy disruption force field, nodded and said, Good, that's all I have to say. I'll send you back now. Seeing that Ito was basically done talking, he looked at Emma and Cecil, who had finished distributing the potions. Lakshata, Nina, and Celine closed the briefcase and said. Then with a thought, he sent Lakshata, Nina, and Celine back to the big lab below. Ito then threw 2 bottles of odor-dispelling sprays to Emma and Cecil. 1 each of you. Like the other potions, it's something you need to decipher. Okay, Emma said as she took the spray. Ito nodded when he saw that Emma understood and sent Emma back to the biology lab again. Since you're going to be in charge of a project alone, how can you not have a lab? Ito casually put away the last bottle of spray and looked at Cecil, who was the only one left on the roof, with a smile. Ito then turned his head to look at the environment on the roof of the big lab and roughly designed the structure of the lab according to the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he clasped his hands in front of him and quickly pressed them to the ground. He then activated his alchemy to create a house on the roof of the big lab. In an instant, a huge house that was gradually taking shape quickly rose from the ground, and after more than a minute, it completely stood in front of Ito, and Cecil. Come, let's go in and take a look. Ito called out to Cecil as he put away his alchemy and stood up from the ground. Cecil nodded and followed Ito into the newly built lab. The lab was very large, spanning over 100 square meters. It was divided into 3 sections by 2 walls. The largest section in the middle was the main space of the lab, while the smaller sections on the left and right were the special laboratory environment and the restroom for Cecil to use. How is it? Are you satisfied? Looking at the empty laboratory in front of him, Ito Mori asked Cecil with a smile. Yes. Cecil, who was also in the lab, softly replied. Ito smiled when he saw Cecil's satisfied expression. He then summoned a pile of equipment that could be used in the lab and arranged them according to a specific location. See if there's anything else that's missing. Ito asked Cecil. It's enough. If there's anything else I need, I'll directly contact the logistics department. Cecil, who had roughly browsed through the equipment, lightly shook his head. All right, Ito nodded when he heard Cecil's words. He then led Cecil into the restroom and called for a bed, bedding, and some daily necessities to decorate the room. As a celebration for you being able to independently take charge of the research project, I wonder if Cecil would like to have a meal with me. Ito asked Cecil with a smile after he finished decorating the room and seeing that Cecil wasn't dissatisfied. Chapter 774. Cecil didn't refuse Ito's invitation. After placing the freezer in the laboratory's refrigerator, he followed Ito out of the laboratory and headed to a Chinese restaurant in the city for a rather sumptuous celebratory dinner. After that, Ito sent Cecil home, who was a little drunk, back to the hotel room in the main world. I don't know what's going on with the blackball team these days. Ito, who sat down on the bed, turned over his hand and muttered to himself. Immediately, Ito stretched out his hand and tossed it. Under the control of psychokinesis, the raging sphere immediately floated in the air in front of him. Then, with a soft sound, several fluorescent green laser rays shot out from the raging sphere and formed a laser screen not far in front of Ito. It played all the events of the black ball team during this period of time. It seems that the Environment Ministry is in a terrible fix because of the black ball team, Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked at the fast-forwarded battle scenes on the screen. Then, he took out his phone and found Yiye's number from the contact list and dialed it. Achum. Soon, Yiye's happy voice came out from the microphone, calling out, "It's me." Sei Ito replied with a smile as he continued to look at the battle records of the various teams on the laser screen. Then, he asked with concern, "Yi, how have you been recently?" "Well, I miss you very much, Chung," Yi said softly. "Me too," Sei Ito replied softly. Then, Sei Ito asked again, "How's the family? Did anything happen?" "The family is very good, but I heard from Annie that the Environment Ministry seems to have released some restrictions recently, making Annie and Big Sister a little busy. I often don't see them for a day," Yi replied. "Really? I'll ask my mother when I call her later." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said, Yi replied. Then, Sei Ito and Yi chatted casually until Sei Ito felt the phone in his hand become hot. He had no choice but to cut off the call with Yi. Sei Ito, who casually glanced at the call time and threw the phone on the bed to cool down, said speechlessly, "That's ridiculous. We actually chatted for more than an hour, almost 2 hours." However, the actions of the Ministry of Environment are rather curious. Then he used his psychokinesis to pull the black ball in front of him while he reached out and pressed on the laser screen. He pondered in his heart. Just like that, he waited for another half an hour. When the phone's heat dissipated, he picked it up again and pulled up his mother Eriko's phone number from his contact list. He dialed the number. Achung. A few seconds later, his mother Eriko's voice came from the phone. "It's me, Mother," Sei Ito responded while pressing on the laser screen. "How are you doing outside?" Eriko's tone was full of concern. "Don't worry, Mother. I'm doing very well," Sei Ito said in a relaxed tone. "Is that so? That's good." Hearing the relaxed tone in Sei Ito's voice, Eriko, who couldn't help but feel relieved, said with relief. Then she asked again, "Why did you call back this time?" "It's like this. When I called Yi just now, I heard from her that there were some changes in the Ministry of Environment, so I wanted to ask you about the specific situation," Sei Ito said seriously. "In fact, it's nothing. I just don't know what forces the Ministry of Environment has recently provoked. The middle and low-level personnel have been constantly blocked by the other party, causing the Ministry of Environment's middle and low-level forces to be insufficient. Therefore, some local military restrictions like ours were lifted to assist the Ministry of Environment in the governance and rectification of the underground forces in the East Rim. After all, the current Tokyo is not the Tokyo of the past. There are many other small and medium-sized forces from Kyoto. If they are not well controlled, it is likely to cause chaos in the Tokyo Circle," Eriko explained. "So that's the case. No wonder Yi said that mother and sister are often not home." Sei Ito suddenly understood. At the same time, he said in his heart, "It seems that it's time to stop harassing the Ministry of Environment and put the black ball team into other uses. It's just that this way, the deployment of the black ball system must be accelerated. Otherwise, even if there are arrangements, the black ball team can't achieve cross-country teleportation. It's still a waste of time. But mother and sister have to be more careful. There's no need to work so hard for the sake of the Ministry of Environment," Sei Ito advised. "I know, your mother isn't that stupid." Perhaps because she hadn't seen Sei Ito for a long time, Eriko joked on the phone. "That's true." Sei Ito laughed. "That's right. Achung, how much longer are you going to stay outside?" After laughing, Eriko asked, "I don't know. It depends on the situation, but I should go back before the day of the inspection," Sei Ito said with some uncertainty. "Is that so? If you can come back early," Eriko said. "Okay," Sei Ito agreed. After that, Sei Ito chatted with his mother, Eriko, for a while before hanging up the phone and continuing to operate the laser screen on the black ball. "Phew, I finally finished changing the exchange points. This way, there should be some changes to the training effect." Sei Ito looked at the black ball system exchange list that he changed and muttered to himself. Then, he flipped his hand and opened the mission terminal that he bought from the Bounty Union. He opened the mission posting website of the Bounty Union and started to browse. Speaking of which, I need to buy a few more mission terminals. Otherwise, the modified black ball missions will be difficult to post. He opened the message box to see if there was anything going on with Elsie and Hound Dog Garcia in France, as he thought to himself. The mission to kill me still hasn't been removed. What's going on? Suddenly, Ito's finger that was swiping on the screen paused. He frowned and thought to himself, could it be that the guy I killed before wasn't the mission issuer? That shouldn't be the case. I already used my contact ability to confirm that the mission issuer was him. Then why is this mission still hanging here? Could it be that someone else has issued a mission to kill me? F***CK. It's fine if it's just the Bounty Union's mission. But why is the Interpol Special Investigation Group involved? Ito, who just closed the bounty mission on him, was immediately shocked by the content of the message that Elsie sent over 10 days ago. He cursed unhappily. Pay close attention to the Interpol. If there's any news, contact me immediately. He tapped on the reply button and wrote this in the blank space. He then added his phone number behind the text. The Bounty Union's mission, the Interpol's investigation, plus the mysterious girl group that I met today. My future days are not just going to be lonely. They're going to be so happy that I'm going to be confused. Ito, who sent the message, said with a face full of self-mockery. Forget it. Since there are so many debts, I don't have to worry about them anymore. I don't care who they are. As long as they dare to trouble me, I won't be polite. Ito said ruthlessly in his heart. Then he put away these useless thoughts and began to browse the low-level and unrestricted missions. He was prepared to earn mission points to increase his membership level while earning money to buy the basic energy crystal manufacturing formula. After searching for more than half an hour, Ito, who had browsed through a portion of the bounty missions, finally accepted an unrestricted mission to steal extremely confidential information from a secret laboratory in Germany, as well as 2 assassination missions and 2 low-level missions to steal business information. This was the maximum number of missions that he could accept with his current membership level. Instead of finding an assassin to kill someone, he actually put a bounty on the Bounty Union. Isn't he afraid of getting himself killed if the news is exposed? After briefly browsing through the mission notes and the mission submission process, Ito closed the mission terminal and threw it aside. He got up and walked to the bathroom with a face full of disdain. Splash. After a while, the sound of water came from the guest bathroom. At this time, in the Black Sphere room of the Black Sphere team, the team members who had just finished their mission gathered in front of the Black Sphere and looked at their assignments. Gate 10 points. Don't always stare at other people's butts. That way you can get more points. On the smooth surface of the Black Sphere, a text statement and a picture of a French man's head appeared on it. Mother ***, I'm not gay. The French man, who was the original person in the picture, had a red face. He kicked the Black Sphere shell with his foot and cursed loudly. Phew, today's mission is finally over. Black Sphere, send me away. After the text on the Black Sphere disappeared, another French man said to the Black Sphere. However, the Black Sphere did not follow the man's words and send them out of the Black Sphere room and let them go home. Instead, it suddenly shot out several laser beams and formed a laser screen diagonally above them. A large amount of exchange information appeared on the screen. Look, the exchange points have changed. Just when the French team members were surprised, one of the female team members suddenly pointed at the content on the screen and exclaimed, "Yes, it has indeed changed. Look at this. The basic fighting technique that originally required 100 points is now only 10 points." A French team member pointed at one of the options and said, "In this, the basic Sharingan that originally required 100 points is now 500 points. It's too exaggerated." Another French team member pointed at the screen and said, "And this. The female French team member quickly pointed out a few familiar exchange options and said, Chapter 775. P.S. Thank you to Nick Finney for the tip. Oh, Joseph and his men did a good job. The next day, Sei Ito, who had just finished his meal, closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then opened his eyes and smiled. Just in time, I can use the opportunity of setting up the Black Sphere system to get rid of the possible tracking behind me. Thinking of this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He got up and went out of the room. He went to the hall on the first floor and paid for the room. Then he activated the Flying Thunder God in a safe passage with no one around. He appeared at a small, thin iron piece that was thrown by Joseph's men. Good location. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment. He found that the location was indeed hidden enough. He nodded slightly and thought. Then he leaned over and picked up the small iron piece engraved with the Flying Thunder God positioning technique. He used alchemy to break a small hole about 30 centimeters deep on the ground and buried the receiving locator for the Black Sphere system in it. Then, Sei Ito, who had restored the ground to its original state, stood up. He closed his eyes and sensed the technique points in the dark corners of the entire city over and over again. After determining several areas according to the effective range of the receiving locator, he activated the Flying Thunder God again and appeared at one of the selected positioning points. He buried the receiving locator in the ground. With the Flying Thunder God technique, it took less than half an hour for Ito Sei to complete the layout of the Black Sphere system in the current city. It seems that the previous decision was right. I should have done this long ago. Sei Ito, who had repaired the ground, said with satisfaction. Then Sei Ito didn't pick up the small iron pieces with the Flying Thunder God positioning technique that were thrown away. He directly activated instant transmission and moved to another city nearby. Then, after arriving at the city, he continued to control a local gang according to the method of the previous city. He asked them to throw the small iron pieces engraved with the Flying Thunder God positioning technique to various dark corners of the city. But this time, in order to speed up the arrangement, Sei Ito didn't stay in the city for a day to wait for the gang members to throw the positioning iron pieces. Instead, after he finished giving orders, he activated instant transmission again and left the city, rushing to the next city. Just like that, one after the other. It took nearly 6 days for Sei Ito to travel all over Germany, control a large number of gangs, and set up the abandonment mission. During this period, they passed by the city where the bounty mission target was located. Sei Ito also completed the 2 assassination missions and the 2 theft missions. Submit it to the bounty union in exchange for mission rewards and mission points. Now I'll go and complete the last unrestricted mission. Tomorrow, I'll spend half a day to finish the final work of the Black Sphere system. Then, I'll be able to leave Germany and head to the next country. Sei Ito thought as he looked up at the starry sky. Then Ito Sei's figure disappeared from the top of the building where he was. Is this the place? Sei Ito muttered to himself as he suddenly appeared on a thick tree branch. His appearance had changed drastically as he looked at a building that looked like an observatory hidden by the forest. Then, Sei Ito's body slowly melted into the tree branch he was standing on until he completely disappeared. Then, a few seconds later, he appeared outside the steel fence of the building. Danger, there's electricity. On the X-shaped metal fence, there was a yellow warning sign with red and black English words on it, warning tourists that mistakenly entered this place. At this time, Ito Sei gently stamped his feet, and his body suddenly rushed into the air. With a 720-degree turn, he flipped over the barbed wire and landed in the courtyard behind the barbed wire. This feeling, it's like an ECM device. Is it a device used to restrict espers in the main world? Sei Ito frowned as he suddenly felt a strange wave enveloping his body. Fortunately, Sei Ito wasn't the type of esper who was useless without his esper ability. Therefore, he quickly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and turned his head to check the location of the surveillance equipment in the courtyard. After a while, Sei Ito, who had memorized the location of the surveillance equipment nearby, stepped out. He quickly passed through the courtyard, covered in fallen leaves and a strange path, and rushed to the front of the building. Sei Ito didn't stop when he arrived in front of the building. He carefully avoided the surveillance equipment while going around the wall to the front door of the building. Good. There are no soldiers at the door, which saves me a lot of trouble. Say Ito, who was about to reach the front door, poked his head out. After carefully observing the situation at the front door, he said softly. Then, Seito immediately rushed out of his hiding place like a black shadow and rushed to the front of the alloy door of the building. He quickly broke open a hole big enough for one person to pass through and went in. The moment Seito walked into the building, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the building. Seito, who heard the alarm, immediately frowned and quickly turned his head to look around. He wanted to know where the lab's alarm system went off. Damn, it's actually a sensor floor. Soon, Seito's eyes fell on the floor under his feet that was flashing with other lights. Bang! Just as Seito was searching for information, a huge alloy steel plate suddenly slid down from all sides of the building and sealed the entire building inside the alloy steel plate. Looks like I can only use brute force. But after this, I must find a mission giver and extort a huge sum of money. What kind of crappy information was given? It didn't even mention a bunch of things to pay attention to. Seito thought to himself as he quickly looked around again to see if there was a place for him to hide. At this moment, several thin laser beams shot towards Seito's body. Seito, who sensed the incoming danger, didn't hesitate and jumped back without thinking, dodging the laser beams that shot towards him. But before Seito could breathe a sigh of relief, several more laser beams shot towards him. Seeing this, Seito twisted his foot and dodged the dangerous laser beams. At the same time, he flipped his hand and produced several thumb-sized metal balls. He used explosive alchemy to refine them into explosive substances. Then, after dodging the next batch of laser beams, he threw the metal balls that had already been turned into bombs towards the laser emitters in the room. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, a series of violent explosions sounded. Several laser launchers immediately exploded into a pile of scrap in the explosion and fell to the ground with a ding, ding, dang, dang, dang sound. Then, Seito did the same and destroyed the other laser emitters. Only then was he temporarily out of danger. Swoosh! But before Seito could breathe a sigh of relief, a soft sound suddenly rang out in the enclosed building. Then, for metal robots, each holding a gun, a metal sword, a spear, and an electric whip, walked out of the room. Their eyes were flashing with scarlet light. Looking at the four stiff robots, Seito couldn't help but frown. The next moment, the four robots' movement patterns immediately changed. They moved more flexibly than humans and spread out at a speed far faster than humans. They encircled Ito Sei in the middle in a horn-shaped formation. Terminator? Or is there an ability user who is good at manipulating puppets behind the scenes? Looking at the four robots that suddenly changed their movement patterns, Seito's heart was slightly dignified. At this time, a series of gunshots suddenly sounded, and a large number of bullets flew towards Seito. Hearing the gunshots, Seito didn't hesitate. He immediately dodged the attack trajectory of the armed robot and rushed towards the metal robot with the electric whip in an arc. Seeing this, the electric whip robot's eyes flashed with red light. Its two arms, which were completely whips, quickly waved, dancing into a blurred shadow, whipping Ito Sei, who rushed in front of it. Seito, who was almost in contact with the whip shadow, cursed in his heart. Abruptly, he tightened his muscles and stabilized his body. Then, with a backward somersault, he escaped from the whip shadow and the bullets that followed. With a flick of his hand, he threw the explosive metal that he had just made at the machine gun robot and electric whip robot. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions sounded in the enclosed room. Just as Seito landed on the ground, the metal robot with a spear and a long sword suddenly appeared behind Seito, and the sword and spear crossed each other and stabbed towards Seito's body. Knowing that he couldn't dodge, Seito immediately used the energy in his body in the form of hard and strong to cover his back. He took the weapon attack of the two robots head-on. It hurts. Feeling the tingling pain in his back, Sei Ito cursed in his heart. Crackle. The next moment, there was a sudden sound of electricity, and two high-voltage electric currents of up to 100,000 volts flowed from the spear and the long sword to Sei Ito's body. Although there was energy protection, but the electric shock of up to 100,000 volts still made Sei Ito involuntarily let out a muffled groan from his throat. Then, with a frown and goosebumps all over his body, Sei Ito quickly turned around and kicked the robot with the sword. The robot was kicked out like a cannonball. Boom! Almost in the next second, a loud noise came from where the robot and the alloy block collided. Then, without looking at the result of the robot, Sei bent his arm and clamped the long spear under his armpit. Twisting the strength of his whole body, he picked up the robot, holding the spear from the ground, and threw it fiercely at the metal robot that was hit by his heaven show kick not far away. Boom! In an instant, another loud noise came from a wall. Swish! At this moment, two long whips suddenly rushed out of the dispersed smoke and rolled toward Sei Ito's body. I knew it. Sei Ito had long felt that the alloy used by the four robots was strange. He thought that it would not be easily destroyed by bombs. Therefore, at the moment when the long whips came, he dodged the whip's trajectory and quickly rushed to the front of the electric whip robot with the earth-shrinking technique. He continued to kick the electric whip robot's chest with a heavenly kick and kicked it toward the robot with the gun. Bang! In an instant, the two robots heavily collided and then rolled out like a rolling gourd. Sei Ito did not look at the result of the four robots for the time being. He directly turned and ran to the alloy door that was open when the robot came out. He heavily punched the door with the extraordinary strength fist. Boom! A loud noise came from the place where Sei Ito's fist landed. At the same time, a huge dent appeared on the surface of the alloy door. It works! Sei Ito, who found that the extraordinary strength fist was effective, did not hesitate anymore. He swung his arms and hit the surface of the alloy door like rain. In an instant, a series of loud bangs echoed in the sealed building. Puff! A few seconds later, a soft sound suddenly came out. The alloy door finally broke open under Sei Ito's continuous punches. Huh! Seeing that the alloy door was broken, Sei laughed strangely. He lifted his foot and continued to kick at the lower end of the hole with the Heavenly Guardian kick. After the opening appeared, the defensive power of the alloy door immediately decreased, so it didn't resist Sei's Tensho kick at all, and it was bent inward. Seeing that the hole was almost there, Sei Ito's mind moved. A tree branch immediately grew out of his hand and drilled into the alloy door through the hole. Then, Sei Ito's body turned into a wooden puppet and scattered on the ground in front of the alloy door. This is the passage that leads to the interior of the laboratory, Sei Ito thought as he looked at the passage flashing with a faint red warning light. Sei Ito did not hesitate. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the interior of the laboratory. Bang! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the other end of the passage and collided heavily with Sei Ito, who had turned into a stream of light. What is this? Mecha? Or an exoskeleton? Sei Ito, who stopped and took a few steps back to reduce the impact, looked at the giant who was about 2 meters tall and looked like Iron Man. Its whole body was wrapped in dark metal armor with only a pair of blue eyes exposed. Who are you? Who sent you? In the dark armor, a voice that obviously lost its authenticity said in a muffled voice, "What are you? Power armor exoskeleton?" Sei Ito did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked directly, Since you dare to break into this laboratory, go to hell." The armored man did not answer Sei Ito's question and said impatiently. Then a light flashed behind the armor, and the armored man once again turned into a black shadow and rushed toward Sei Ito. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sei Ito, who had punched the armored man, could not help but fly back. One exaggerated power, my arm almost broke. Sei Ito, who was gently swinging his arm, looked at the armored man with a dignified expression. Chapter 776. Seito narrowed his eyes and looked at the armored man. Your skin is hard enough, but I don't know if the person inside is hard enough as well. Then he tapped his foot and took the initiative to meet the armored man. He dodged the armored man's punch and quickly entered the armored man's chest. He lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance, swinging his arm and punching. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out, and a slender beam of light, as thick as an arm, shot out from behind the armored man. In the next second, it slowly disappeared into the air. After completing this attack, Seito didn't continue fighting. He tapped his foot and quickly retreated from the armored man's chest. No effect? Seito frowned as he looked at the armored man's expressionless eyes. The armored man seemed to understand Seito's doubts and said proudly, "Don't waste your time. When this armor was first developed, we considered all kinds of possible situations, including internal attacks that Chinese martial artists often use. For this reason, not only is the armor equipped with a liquid decompression barrier, but it is also equipped with a sodium-grade energy absorption layer that can absorb any form of external or internal attack. So it's like this. Then it seems that I have to find another way to break your turtle shell," Seito said. Then Seito tapped his foot and rushed in front of the armored man again. Once again, he dodged the armored man's attack and entered the armored man's chest. He placed his palm on the armored man's outer armor surface and activated the explosive alchemy. When the explosive alchemy was successful, he quickly pushed the armored man's body away from him. "Is this an attack? Are you kidding me?" the armored man said mockingly. He didn't detect any energy from the armored man's computer. However, as soon as his voice fell, an explosive sound suddenly came from the chest of the armor he was wearing, and a violent explosive impact was produced on the surface of his armor. "Bomb? When did you install it?" Armored man asked Itose with a puzzled expression after listening to the system's report. "Just when I touched your armor." Itose shrugged his shoulders indifferently and explained. "Really?" Even after listening to Seito's explanation, the armored man still had some doubts. "But it doesn't matter. If your bomb is only that powerful, it won't be able to break through my armor." "Perhaps. We won't know until we try," Seito said non-committally. Then, he once again rushed in front of the armored man. Just like the previous two times, he dodged the opponent's attack and invaded the armored man's chest. He then pressed his palm against the location of the explosion and once again used explosive alchemy. Then, he continued to push. He pushed the armored man back. Boom! Another explosion sounded from the armored man's chest. After that, Seito didn't talk nonsense anymore. Using almost the same method of attack, Roland reached out and pressed his hand on the chest of the armored man. He activated explosive alchemy and pushed the armored man back. The armored man learned his lesson and knew that Seito's target was his chest. So, he planned to use other methods to avoid Seito's attack. It's just that the armor on his body provided him with powerful attack, defense, and movement speed, but it also greatly reduced his agility in close combat. He was no match for Seito, whose speed and flexibility had reached an inhuman level. No matter how hard he tried, Seito's palm would land on his chest. After releasing explosive alchemy, under Seito's continuous attacks, the armored man continued to explode. Boom! The armored man didn't know how many explosions had occurred. Gotcha! But unlike before, after the explosion, Seito and the armored man heard a clear, shattering sound. "It seems that your armor has reached its limit." Seito looked at the armored man's narrowed eyes and chuckled. "Is that why you kept attacking my chest?" Armored man asked in disbelief. "Oh, right. Is that why you kept attacking my chest?" "Yes." Seito chuckled and explained. "As far as I know, there's an upper limit to the defensive power of any item. If the item's attack power doesn't exceed the upper limit, then continuous attacks can achieve the same effect. Now, your situation is very good proof of my understanding. So now you can go and die too, you piece of metal blocking my way." After that, Seito's body turned into a shadow, and suddenly appeared in front of the armored man whose chest had cracked open. He lowered his waist into a horse stance and swung his arm. Once again, he used dragon-shaped needle forging technique. Boom! In an instant, a slender beam of light as thick as an adult's arm rushed out from the armored man's back and gradually disappeared in the air. No! The armored man's eyes were full of horror as he shouted. Plop! Along with the sound of the armored man's cry, the armored man powerlessly kneeled on the ground. He fell heavily beside Saito. TSK, this thing is good. It's a pity that there are surveillance systems everywhere around here. I can't take it away. Saito glanced at the armor on the ground and said softly. Then he continued to rush down the passage. But it's not a big deal. When Erika and Lakshata make a breakthrough in their research, they will complete the half-finished exoskeleton armor. I believe it will be much better than this bulky guy. While walking, Saito thought to himself. He didn't know how long the research on the exoskeleton armor had been in a stagnant state. The passage was not long. Without anyone stopping Saito, it didn't take long for him to reach the end and enter an empty hall. Chirp, 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 chirp. Just as Saito entered the hall, a dozen laser beams shot toward Saito from all directions in a dense manner. Sensing the danger, Ito-sei, who almost didn't think about it, immediately took a step back and avoided the laser beam in front of him. Sizzle, then there was a soft sound, and a round hole as thick as a finger appeared where Saito was just standing. Damn it, the information given by the person who issued the mission is definitely fake. How is this an ordinary top-secret laboratory in Germany? Even if this level of defense is not as good as Area 51 in the United States, it's not bad. Saito looked down at the hole in the ground and cursed in his mind. After the mission is completed, if the other party doesn't give me a satisfactory price or answer, don't expect me to give you the thing. After thinking about it, Saito flipped his hand again and produced a pile of small metal balls the size of a thumb. He refined them into explosives with explosive alchemy, then stepped into the hall again. The moment the laser beam was fired, he threw the explosives out of his hand and quickly retreated into the passage. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, a series of explosions sounded in the hall, followed by the sound of a large number of metal fragments falling to the ground. Saito, who felt that he might not be able to blow everything up in one go, turned his hand again and produced a pile of metal balls and refined them into explosives. He then rushed into the hall, dodging the laser beams that had become sparse while throwing out metal explosives one after another, blowing the laser launchers into pieces. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of metal fragments falling to the ground, the last laser launcher was officially destroyed. There are so many people. Saito stopped and turned to look behind the super-reinforced explosion-proof glass door. There were more than 10 soldiers wearing German military uniforms and holding strange weapons in their hands. Then, with a thought, a wooden stake emerged from Saito's open palm and bent towards the ground. After it grew to a certain extent, he stopped the energy supply from the wooden stake and used alchemy to turn it into the hardest alloy he knew. He then extended it into an alloy wall that could completely cover his body. Although I don't know what weapons those soldiers have, I think this wall should be able to resist for a second or two. Saito, who was hiding behind the wall, turned his hand and produced a pile of metal balls that he refined into explosives, laughed. After a short while, Saito, who had finished refining the items, walked to the side of the wall and threw the explosives in his hand one by one at the super-reinforced explosion-proof glass. However, the glass door was made of super-reinforced explosion-proof glass, so the bombardment of explosives alone wasn't very effective. Therefore, after bombarding it for a while, Saito, who didn't see any changes to the glass, decisively took out 2 smoke bombs and mixed them in with the explosives. He threw them in front of the explosion-proof glass and used the smoke to cover the sight of the soldiers behind the glass. Then, he turned his hand and took out a Gantz rifle and began to bombard the glass door. The Gantz rifle was, after all, light technology. Its attack power was enough to break through the explosion-proof glass. With just a few shots, the explosion-proof glass was blown to pieces, and several soldiers behind it were blown away. Seeing this, Seito thought, opportunity. He immediately took out several more explosives and threw them in through the broken glass, bombarding the German soldiers behind the glass door. Boom, 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 boom. Concentrated explosions immediately sounded from behind the glass door, followed by the continuous screams of people from behind the glass door. At this time, Seito, who felt that it was about time, rushed out of the alloy wall and entered the laboratory through the broken glass door. He didn't care about the dead German soldiers on both sides and rushed straight into the laboratory. Stop! At this time, a tiger's roar suddenly sounded. Then, a burly German man, who was only wearing German military trousers and a military vest with his two arms exposed, rushed toward Seito. Yeah, seeing that Seito didn't care about him, the German man, who was still rushing forward, roared and threw an air cannon in front of him, bombarding Seito's body. Chapter 777. Bang! With a muffled explosion, Seito, who had his arms crossed in front of him, was immediately blown back by the explosion of the air bomb. He can actually use superpowers in the laboratory. Is there a countermeasure device? While flying back, Seito's eyes quickly scanned the German soldier's body. Is it that? Seito, who landed on the ground again, looked at the metal dog tag hanging on the soldier's chest and thought to himself. The German soldier who stopped Seito didn't waste time talking to Seito. He directly used his foot to launch an air bomb. Using the powerful thrust from the air bomb's explosion, he pushed his body in front of Seito and threw a punch at Seito's face. Bang! Seito, who raised his arms to block, was once again blown to the side by the air bomb from the German soldier's fist. Seeing that his attack was successful, the German soldier laughed and kicked at Seito's waist. After suffering 2 losses, Seito, who knew that the German soldier's attack would inevitably have the effect of an air bomb, lowered his body and raised his leg. He used his arms, thighs, and waist to form a wall and blocked the German soldier's kick. Bang! Then, Seito's supporting leg shook slightly and used the explosive air force from the German soldier's leg to fly back to the side. Not good. The people in the laboratory are beginning to retreat. If I don't hurry and make sure this guy finds the target, this mission will fail. From the corner of his eye, Seito saw the researchers in the laboratory carrying a pile of things and quickly retreating. A grade air ability user. Then, Seito withdrew his gaze and looked at the German soldier rushing in front of him. Then, Seito tapped his foot and quickly jumped back. At the same time, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, summoning a weak flame at the tip of his finger. He threw it at the German soldier. In an instant, the cluster of seedlings transformed into a large, explosive fire dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye, flying toward the German soldiers. Oof. The German soldier, who was in midair and had nowhere to exert force, coldly snorted. He quickly clapped his hands in front of him, and a gust of wind burst out from the German soldier's palms. It blew towards the alchemy flame. Boom! After the two collided, there was a violent explosion. Just as the flame barrier formed by the flames and air filled the entire passage, Seito's figure suddenly rushed out of the flame barrier. Wrapped in crimson smoke, he rushed in front of the German soldier. His sharp hand blade flickered with lightning as it stabbed towards the German soldier's body. Virtual domain. Seito's attack was so fast that it exceeded the German soldier's reaction time. Therefore, the German soldier did not hesitate to use his grade of virtual domain ability. He hoped to delay Seito's attack speed so that he could counterattack. Do you think you're the only one who has it? Seito, who sensed the virtual domain, sneered. Then, he also released his virtual domain, which was about to materialize, at the same time offsetting the German soldier's virtual domain. In the opposite direction, it enveloped the German soldier. How is this possible? The German soldier, who was enveloped by the virtual domain, immediately noticed this sudden change. His face was filled with shock as he subconsciously exclaimed, "Puff!" Fortunately, although the German soldier was shocked and was suppressed by Sei Ito's virtual domain, the German soldier, who erupted with a strong will under the threat of death, managed to dodge the attack at the critical moment, allowing Sei Ito's hand blade to pierce his shoulder. Oomph! The German soldier groaned as he felt the intense pain and numbness from his shoulder. He clenched his teeth and suppressed the feeling of weakness in his heart. Then he used his uninjured palm to slap Sei Ito's ear. As long as this hit connected, the German soldier completely believed that with his air explosion ability, he would definitely be able to break the enemy's eardrums and penetrate the enemy's ear canal directly into the enemy's brain, killing him. However, the German soldier's plan was very good. However, Sei Ito did not give him the chance to do so. He directly lifted his leg and bent it, using the Heavenly Guard kick to kick the German soldier's chest. Bang! In an instant, the German soldier's body flew backward like a cannonball. He was only forced to stop when he crashed heavily into an alloy wall. However, the monstrous force of the Heavenly Guard kick and the great force of the rebound when he crashed into the alloy wall caused the German soldier's internal organs to suffer heavy injuries. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Sei Ito, who kicked the German soldier away, did not stop moving. He once again raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then, a weak flame appeared at the tip of his finger and threw it at the German soldier. Whoosh! As soon as the flame was thrown out, it immediately evolved into a thick fire dragon and rapidly shot towards the German soldier. Boom! Then there was a loud explosion. The fire dragon turned into a curtain of fire. The place where the German soldier was standing was ablaze. Sei Ito did not care whether he killed the German soldier or not. He directly turned around and continued to rush towards the interior of the laboratory. He wanted to find the technological information mentioned in the mission before the researchers completely retreated. At this time, all the researchers in the laboratory were in a panic, so no one stopped Sei Ito's advance. This allowed Sei Ito to quickly reach the core of the laboratory. Looking at the sudden appearance of Sei Ito, several researchers who were collecting the data here subconsciously screamed in horror. Where's the core computer? Sei Ito looked at the researchers with a murderous look. I will not tell you, a male researcher said with a strong backbone. If you don't tell me, then die. Sei Ito took out a small piece of metal and threw it into the researcher's throat. He. The researcher covered his throat with his hand and fell to the ground with a look of disbelief and regret. He struggled there in pain. Where's the core computer? Sei Ito looked at the researchers in front of him who were frightened by his methods and asked again. I don't know. A researcher who was stared at by Sei Ito yelled in horror. Sei Ito didn't sense any signs that the researcher was lying and looked at the next person. The next researcher saw that Sei Ito didn't kill anyone on sight, so he felt a little more confident. He quickly said, I don't know either. Sei Ito frowned. He still didn't sense any signs of deception from the researcher and looked at the next researcher again. I don't know. The researcher's eyes flickered. Do you think I'm an idiot? Sei Ito sensed that the researcher was obviously distracted and sneered. He waved his hand and threw a piece of metal into the researcher's throat, making him follow in the footsteps of the previous researcher. I don't kill people indiscriminately, but don't think I'm an idiot. If anyone tries to deceive me, they'll end up like those two, Sei Ito said coldly as he looked at the remaining 3 researchers. As Sei Ito finished speaking, one of the researchers didn't need Sei Ito to ask and quickly answered. However, just like the other 2, he didn't know where the core laboratory was. What about you guys? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes as he looked at the last 2 researchers. I only need one. Whoever speaks first will live. Whoever doesn't speak first will die. Sei Ito took out a piece of metal when he saw the 2 still hesitating. He played with it in his hand and said coldly to the 2 researchers, Okay, I'll speak. The core computer is under the threat of death from Sei Ito. One of the researchers with weaker willpower quickly answered. Very good. Ito Sei, who had memorized the location of the core computer, threw the iron piece in his hand into the throat of the last researcher. Then Ito ignored the 3 researchers who survived. He turned around and rushed out of the room under their relieved expressions and rushed to the room where the core computer was located. Without anyone stopping him, Ito quickly arrived at the core computer room. In the room, there were several researchers disassembling the hard disk components of the core computer. At the same time, 2 German soldiers dressed like the previous German soldiers stayed in the room and guarded the researchers who were working. "Walter, I'll leave it to you," one of the 2 German soldiers who saw Ito said to the other person next to him. The German soldier named Walter nodded with a solemn expression. He slowly walked towards Ito with cold air emitting from his body. "I forgot to take off that person's dog tag." Ito frowned as he looked at the cold air emitting from Walter's body. Then he moved his wrist, and several metal balls fell into his palm. Ito used explosive alchemy to refine them into explosives. "Huh." At this time, Walter groaned and raised his hand to summon a slender javelin made of ice. He threw it at Ito's body. Ito jumped to the side and at the same time threw the explosive in his hand at Walter's body. Although he didn't know what the explosive was, Walter immediately used the cold air to form an ice wall in front of him to block the explosive thrown by Ito. Boom, 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 boom. Several explosions instantly exploded outside the ice wall. At the same time, the shock wave produced by the explosion shook the ice wall erected by Walter. At this time, the other German soldier who had been watching Ito had a strange expression and groaned. "Melanie, what's wrong?" Walter, who summoned a pile of small icicles in front of him and was ready to throw them at Ito, asked without looking back. "I don't know, I lost control of my body." "Dodge," the German soldier named Melanie said anxiously. Following that, Melenie's expression changed. His body uncontrollably rushed toward Walter and sent him flying with a punch. Chapter 778. "Melanie, what are you doing?" Walter, who was sent flying, frowned at Melanie. But in the next moment, Walter's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly shouted at Melanie, who had lost control of his body. "Melanie, get out of the way!" Just as Warren's voice trailed off, a sharp, blade-like knuckle suddenly protruded from Melenie's throat, ending the life of the German soldier named Melanie. "Bastard!" Walter cursed in his native German. He gathered the cold energy in his body into countless ice cones and shot them at Ito, who was behind Melanie. Ito, who had finished off Melanie, withdrew his hand without hesitation. He immediately dispersed the wind energy in his hand and leaped backward to avoid the ice cones that Walter kept shooting at him. However, under the relentless pursuit of Walter, no matter where Ito dodged, he would be chased by countless ice cones in the next second. "You're having fun chasing him." But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Walter's ears. Then he felt a sharp pain coming from the back of his head. A look of disbelief and unwillingness appeared on Walter's face. "How can this be?" Walter muttered to himself in confusion as he looked at Ito, who was gradually disappearing in front of him like a dream. "Because you've fallen into my illusion." Ito pulled out his index finger and middle finger from Walter's medulla oblongata. He looked at Walter, who gradually closed his eyes and fell to the ground, and said with a chuckle, "When I controlled that guy named Melanie to attack you with a mind disorderly jutsu and appeared behind him to kill him, you had already fallen into my illusion." After that, Ito squatted down and reached out to pull off the dog leash on Walter's neck and held it in his hand. "It's really this." The moment the bracelet was in his hand, Ito felt that his superpower, which was temporarily sealed by a special force field, had recovered. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he whispered to himself. Then he wrapped the dog leash around his hand, got up, and rushed to the researchers who were still in shock. "Where's the hard drive that stored the data?" Ito reached out to grab a researcher and asked sternly. At the same time, he activated his newly recovered mental sensing ability. He sensed the surface thoughts of the researcher who was caught. Damn it, Sei Ito, who soon found the answer he wanted from the surface thoughts of the researcher who was caught, cursed in his heart. Then, he threw the research work in his hand, turned around, ran out of the core computer room, and rushed to the location of the hard drive according to the information he had just detected. Through the guidance of the question, just now, Ito-sei learned from the brain of the captured researcher that the real storage hard drive had already been taken out and transferred the moment he broke into the laboratory. And the reason why this provocative researcher was still here, other than to prevent this provocative technique from being exposed, it was also because the supercomputer in this laboratory was one of the few newest supercomputers in Germany. They wanted to remove as many parts as possible so that they could be reused in the future, according to the memories in that person's head just now. The person who took the hard drive is the person in charge of this laboratory, a 66-year-old old man. His movement speed isn't very fast, which means I still have a chance. Seito thought to himself as he moved at high speed. He then released psychokinesis to enhance his body. With a speed that was twice the speed of sound, he rushed toward the emergency exit of the laboratory. Boom! As Seito accelerated, a loud roar echoed in the laboratory when he broke through the sound barrier. The hardened glass installed in several laboratories on both sides cracked like spiderwebs. In less than 3 seconds, Seito arrived at the emergency exit of the laboratory. Who's there? The moment Seito appeared, a German soldier whose legs and right arm were completely mechanized blocked in front of Seito and shouted, "Get out of my way!" Seito, who was moving at high speed, didn't care and directly punched the German soldier in front of him. Boom! With the addition of speed, the originally huge fist force became even more powerful. The moment the fist came into contact with the German soldier, the soldier was immediately sent flying. The soldier shattered into several pieces in midair and fell to the ground along with the blood, internal organs, and metal parts that suddenly sprayed out. The few female staff in the laboratory were stimulated by this bloody scene. They immediately grabbed their heads with both hands, closed their eyes, and screamed. Bang! Then, there was a sudden muffled explosion. Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of the emergency exit. How long has the person in charge of the laboratory left? Seito asked sternly as he reached out and grabbed a researcher's body. The researcher's body immediately flew uncontrollably into Seito's hand. He went up less than 5 minutes ago, the researcher said with a trembling voice. At the same time, a fishy smell was emitted from the researcher's body. He lowered his head and looked at the researcher's wet pants. Seito threw the researcher aside and stepped into the emergency exit. He operated the elevator to transport himself to the top. Ding! A few seconds later, with a soft sound, the elevator door slowly opened to both sides. In an instant, a familiar forest appeared in front of Seito's eyes. But it was different from the forest before he invaded the laboratory. Not only were there 2 armed helicopters searching in the sky, but there were also special forces patrolling on the ground. Stop! Put your hands up. Several fully armed soldiers guarding near the emergency exit immediately raised their weapons and aimed at Seito as they shouted in German. Ito-sei, who walked out of the elevator, frowned slightly and then released his psychokinesis to cover the several German soldiers in front of him. It was like an invisible hand twisting the necks of all the German soldiers except for one and killing them like cupboards. Then Seito used his psychokinesis to pull the remaining soldier in front of him and used his touch sensing ability to sense the surface memory of the German soldier. Ugh! Just as Seito was reading the soldier's memory, a military helicopter in the sky not far from the forest suddenly lowered its altitude and suspended above the treetops. It then threw a long nylon rope down. Over there, seeing this, Seito knew that the person in charge of the laboratory must be there. He casually killed the soldier in front of him, activated teleportation, and disappeared from the emergency exit. The next moment, he appeared on a branch not far from where the helicopter was. Sure enough, Seito thought as he looked through the gap in the leaves and saw the old man who was being tied up by 2 German soldiers and holding a metal box tightly in his arms. Then he flipped his hand and took out a coin. Using the super electromagnetic gun, he shot it at the hovering military helicopter. Boom! Instantly, an orange-yellow light suddenly shot out from the forest, crossed the short space, and directly bombarded the tail of the armed helicopter that was used to stabilize the direction, making a loud bang. The armed helicopter that was hit immediately spun and fell to the side of the forest. And just when the soldiers and the doctor were shocked by the sudden change, Seito's figure suddenly appeared behind the 2 soldiers. He waved his hand and broke the necks of the 2 soldiers with penetrating force. Then he stepped in front of the person in charge of the laboratory and grabbed the metal box from the hands of the person in charge of the laboratory. "Get back to me." The person in charge of the laboratory, whose wrist was connected to the box, shouted anxiously. Seito coldly snorted and waved his hand to cut a sharp wind blade on the arm of the person in charge of the laboratory. Puff! The sharp wind blade cut through the forearm of the person in charge of the laboratory, like cutting through butter without any hindrance. Blood instantly sprayed out from the severed arm of the person in charge of the laboratory. After solving the problem, Seito didn't hesitate anymore. He turned into a shadow and instantly disappeared from the sight of the person in charge of the laboratory on the ground and disappeared into the dense forest. After running for a certain distance, Seito suddenly stopped and used electromagnetic control to break the password lock on the box. He stored the hard disk inside into the Rubik's Cube world, then threw away the metal box that might contain the positioning system and the dog leash in his hand. He then activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared from the forest, returning to the downtown area of the German city. Phew, this mission is so troublesome. I almost failed, Seito sighed as he removed the transformation spell and returned to his original appearance. Now I have to hurry up and set up the Black Sphere system to leave Germany. Otherwise, with today's incident, the Germans might send an S-level master to capture me. It would be really troublesome then. Thinking of this, Seito became alert again. He closed his eyes and sensed the positioning iron pieces of the Flying Thunder God that were set up by the gangs in various cities over the past 6 days. He began to calculate the order and interval of the Black Sphere system in his mind. After a while, Ito-sei, who had a general idea of the case, flashed and disappeared from the dark corner. He appeared at the location of the first Black Sphere system's receiving locator. He skillfully placed the receiving locator underground and then activated the Flying Thunder God to move to the next location. Seito spent half a day moving from location to location. Only then did he finish setting up the Black Sphere system in Germany. Then, Seito activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the second most prosperous city after Germany's capital, Berlin. He chose a relatively good location and transformed it into a Black Sphere room. He then placed the Black Sphere in the room. I can finally leave Germany, Seito thought as he patted the Black Sphere next to him. He then took out a quantum laptop and connected it to Germany's network with his electromagnetic control ability. He then hacked into the terminal computer of Germany's aerospace headquarters and temporarily gained control of the satellites in Germany's sky. He then put away the quantum laptop, activated instant transmission, left the Black Sphere room, and rushed into space at high speed. With the combination of instant transmission and psychokinesis, Seito's figure soon appeared in the geosynchronous orbit above Germany. Then, Seito's heart skipped a beat. He took out the Black Sphere's receiving device and activated it to fly into the geosynchronous orbit. After that, Seito, who had no nostalgia for Germany, rushed back into the atmosphere and flew toward Belgium. Belgium, one of the places where ancient Celtic mythology was influential. Judging from the mythology that is about to disappear in the long river of history, there shouldn't be any special forces in Belgium. Seito appeared on the top of a high-rise building and overlooked the entire city. If that's the case, I don't have to worry too much. I just have to use my power to act. After thinking, Say Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the top of the building. He appeared on the streets of the city. Then, using the experience he gained from Germany, he found the local gangs and controlled them. He then used the Flying Thunder God's positioning technique everywhere. Let me see what's stored in here. It's actually so tightly protected. After entering the Rubik's Cube world, Seito appeared in the Zao family's house. He ignored the curious Yuan and Mayo, who still ignored him. He flipped his hand and took out the quantum laptop and the hard drive he snatched from the laboratory. He connected the two sides of the data together and activated electromagnetic control to invade the hard drive. In an instant, a large waterfall of characters composed of electronic number symbols appeared on the screen of the quantum computer and flowed quickly from bottom to top. Under the unconventional power of superpowers, the password set by conventional power did not have much resistance. It didn't take long for Seito to crack it and display the contents of the hard drive on the screen of the quantum computer. Beta humanoid combat armor data, antimatter research data, renewable metal research data, military nanotechnology data. What cutting-edge stuff? Seito exclaimed softly as he opened the folders one by one. But these don't seem to be worth the tight protection of a laboratory. After skimming through the current data, Ito Seiji found that except for the beta humanoid combat armor, the other data didn't seem to be worth the protection of the laboratory. Therefore, he was a little confused. Then he closed the folder he opened and focused on browsing the titles of the other folders. Under Seito's careful search, more than a dozen folders protected by secondary encryption appeared in front of Seito. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate and once again activated his electromagnetic ability to crack the password on the folders. Open. After a while, Seito's pupils flashed slightly, and the locks on the folders were all opened, allowing Seito to enter. After putting away the electromagnetic control, Seito did not hesitate and opened the folders. Chapter 779. What is this? UFO? As soon as the file was opened, several photos with strange contents appeared in front of Seito. Seito continued to click on the file and began to carefully browse the contents of the folder. It's really a UFO. No wonder the laboratory has such tight security. It's to protect these things. After a while, Seito finished browsing the information and said with a look of realization, "But then again, these aliens really look." Then, Seito looked at the photos of several strange-looking aliens on the screen and shook his head and sighed softly. "Were these?" With both hands on the ground, Yuan knelt beside Seito and leaned forward to look at the photos on the computer screen and asked curiously, "Aliens?" Seito closed the photos and turned off the quantum computer with a smile. It's completely different from what you see on TV." Yuan retracted her body and knelt down. Well, after all, the content in TV and movies is fictional. It's normal to be different. After the computer was turned off, Seito removed the data hard drive with important documents and put it away. "Okay, you continue to watch TV with your sister Zhenyi at home. I'm going to take care of some things." Seito rubbed Yuan's hair and got up. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Zhenyi and Yuan. He returned to the residence provided by the gang leader under his control in the main world. Then, Seito opened the mission terminal that could connect to the Bounty Union's website. He connected to the Bounty Union's website and submitted the mission completion information. At the same time, at the end of the information, he also sent out his intention to renegotiate the mission reward with the employer. After that, he threw the mission terminal back on the bed, got up, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. However, when he was halfway through the shower, a phone suddenly rang in the quiet room. Wondering who was calling him at this time, Seito casually washed off the foam on his body. Then he used his inner chi to shake off the water on his body and grabbed a towel to wrap around his body. He walked back into the room. It's an unknown caller. Seito walked to his clothes and took out his phone from his trouser pocket. He frowned as he looked at the content displayed on the phone screen. "Hello. Say Ito pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Is this Say Ito? On the phone, a middle-aged man's voice with a magnetic voice came from the phone. I am. Who are you? Ito Say frowned and asked. My name is Bartlett Anderson. You can call me Bartlett or Mr. Bartlett. The man introduced himself with a chuckle. What do you want? Ito Say ignored the other party's words and asked directly. It seems like Mr. Say Ito doesn't like to be contacted by strangers. If that's the case, then I'll be straightforward. The man named Bartlett Anderson stopped laughing and said, I'm the leader of the man and woman you met in the suburbs of Germany's XX city a few days ago. I'd like to have a good talk with you about that item, Mr. Say Ito. My condition is still the same. Just tell me what you want to do with it. I'll agree to trade with you. Say Ito said straightforwardly after he finally understood the other party's intentions. However, in his heart, a heavy sense of pressure involuntarily emerged from the bottom of his heart. After all, if they could find out his contact number, then they could definitely find out his background and find out where his family was. This made Say Ito worried that if he didn't agree to the trade, the other party would use his family to threaten him. I'm sorry, this is confidential. We can't tell you. So Mr. Say Ito, please change your condition. Bartlett rejected without any hesitation. I'm a very curious person. If I don't know the use of that item, I won't trade with you. Say Ito replied stubbornly. Can't you change your condition? Bartlett asked with a gloomy tone. There's no other way. Say Ito insisted. After a moment of silence with Say Ito, the man on the other side spoke again. Even if you lose the lives of your mother and two sisters, you're still going to persist. As expected, Say Ito thought to himself when he saw that his stubbornness had finally paid off. However, the heavy feeling in his heart became clearer and clearer. What did you do to my family? Say Ito roared into the phone with a half-true and half-fake look. Nothing for now. However, if Mr. Say Ito continues to be so stubborn, I can't say for sure. Therefore, Mr. Say Ito, you should consider carefully whether it's more important to know a secret that could kill your family or your family's lives. Bartlett said with a calm tone. I understand. How are you going to trade? After purposely remaining silent for a few seconds, Say Ito purposely spoke into the phone with suppressed anger. Where are you, Mr. Say Ito? Bartlett asked. They can't pinpoint my location. Say Ito replied after getting a piece of information from Bartlett's question. I'm in Bruges, Belgium. Belgium, huh? That's good. We'll have someone contact you in a day. Bartlett replied. Got it. Say Ito unceremoniously hung up the phone after getting an answer. Contact is good. I'll only have a chance to track you down if you're connected. I hope you'll still be so confident when you see me again. Say Ito sneered as he casually threw the phone on the bed. Say Ito didn't wait for the contact information from the mission employer. He put away the mission terminal and put on his clothes. After a short while, Say Ito put away his phone after putting on his clothes. He threw a piece of metal with the Flying Thunder God's positioning spell in the room and immediately used the Flying Thunder God to return to Germany. Then, Say Ito flipped his hand again and produced two pieces of metal with the Flying Thunder God's positioning spell. He ordered the Raging Ball in his other hand. Send these two pieces of metal back to Tokyo, Japan. Put them at the positioning points near Tokyo University and the shrine. Understood. On the surface of the Raging Ball, a group of words composed of electronic numbers and symbols appeared. Then, a laser beam suddenly shot out from the ground in front of Say Ito and shone on the two small pieces of metal in his hand. Like a scanner, the two small pieces of metal were sent out layer by layer from Say Ito's hand. During the transmission process of the small iron pieces, Ito Say closed his eyes and fully released his hyperspace perception ability. Through the fifth, sixth, and even seventh dimensions, he searched for the spatial fluctuations of the two small iron pieces that came from the anti-radium positioning tactic on the two small iron pieces. Got it. After more than 40 seconds, Say Ito's heart was suddenly filled with joy as he whispered. This transmission was just Say Ito's first attempt. He wasn't very confident that the two pieces of metal with the positioning spell would still have an effect after being transmitted. He just did it with the mentality of being happy if he succeeded and not worried if he failed. After all, the existence of the positioning spell and the teleportation of the black ball were two different systems of power, and no one knew if there was a conflict between them. He just didn't expect the black ball technology to be so powerful that it directly and perfectly copied all the information on the small pieces of metal, transmitted them to the location, and copied them accurately. I thought I would have to use the instant transmission ability to rush back to Japan overnight, but now it seems that it's not necessary. Ito, whose face was full of joy, exhaled softly. And from now on, as long as the place where the black ball is placed, it will be my foothold. I don't have to worry about anyone catching me in the rear. Then Ito thought about the significance of the success of this attempt, and he was even more happy. According to the time difference between Belgium and Japan, it should be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Japan now. I don't know if Reina has classes today or if she is in university. After the joy, Ito, who turned his thoughts back, frowned. Whatever, let's go back first. With the decision made, Ito's mind moved, and once again launched hyperspace perception to lock on the two small pieces of metal that had just been transmitted to Japan, and launched the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. The next moment, in a dark corner near Tokyo University in Japan, Ito's figure suddenly appeared. Then, Ito walked out of the corner, took out the phone, selected Reina Ito's contact information, and dialed. Achung. After several connected rings, Reina Ito's slightly surprised voice sounded. "It's me, Reina. Where are you now?" Ito, who was standing on the street, asked. "In the apartment we rented." Reina Ito replied with some confusion, and then asked, "What's wrong?" "Wait for me in the apartment. I'll be there soon." Ito, who got the answer, turned and walked toward the apartment, said, "You came to the apartment? Aren't you still abroad?" Reina Ito said with more surprise, "I'll talk about this later. Anyway, I'm in Tokyo now, and I'm moving to the apartment." Ito replied, "Did you cause trouble again?" Reina Ito, who saw that Ito didn't want to say, guessed with a certain tone. Kind of," Ito replied with an awkward expression on his face. "I knew it. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Be careful." Reina Ito said with an "I knew it" tone, and then after telling Ito, she unilaterally hung up the phone. Chapter 780. 10 minutes later, Ito, who was familiar with the place, appeared near the apartment that he and Rita rented together. At this time, Ito, who was walking at a normal speed, suddenly turned into an alley near the apartment, and a few seconds later, he walked out of the alley with a stranger's face. While pretending to casually scan the surroundings to see if there was anyone suspicious, he continued to walk toward the apartment. "Is there no one, or the place where they are hiding is not within my sight?" Ito walked all the way to the front of the apartment building and turned around to walk into the apartment building, but he didn't find any suspicious person. He frowned slightly and thought to himself. Then Ito temporarily calmed his mind and quickly walked to the door of the apartment where Rita Ito lived. Ding dong. Ito reached out and pressed the doorbell. "Coming." The next moment, Rita Ito's familiar clear voice sounded from behind the door. "Walla-la-la-lang." Then, with a soft sound, the closed dark brown security door was pushed open from the inside. Rita Ito, who was wearing a pair of gray home pants and a white long-sleeve casual t-shirt with long black hair casually tied into a ponytail, appeared in front of Ito. "It's me. Pretend to be an acquaintance and invite me in." Before Rita Ito could speak, Ito immediately spoke in Ito's mind through telepathy. "It's you. Why are you so late? Come in quickly." Hearing the telepathy, Rita Ito, who was stunned for a moment, immediately stepped aside and invited him in. "I was delayed on the way." Ito, who stepped into the apartment, smiled. Bang! After Ito entered the apartment, Rita Ito immediately closed the door. Expose. After entering the room, Ito also removed his transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. "What big trouble did you get into this time? Why are you in such a hurry to come back from abroad? And look for me as soon as you come back." Is the other party going to do something to me or my elder sister and mother? After Ito, Sei, took off his shoes and entered the house, Ito Rina looked at Ito, Sei, and said with an unhappy expression, "I'm not the one who caused trouble. It's the trouble that came to me." Sei Ito, who was sitting on a long sofa, shrugged and said, "I just bought something in the Alchemist Union, and then those people came to find me. It shouldn't be." Ito Rita said with a look of disbelief. "Well, it's just that I rejected their request to make a deal with me. They threatened me with the safety of you, big sister and mother. So for your safety, I rushed back as fast as I could to protect you." Sei Ito continued to explain when he saw that Ito Rita didn't believe him. "What exactly is it?" After listening to the explanation, Ito Rita walked to the sofa and sat down, folding her arms in front of her chest. She wrapped her arms around her legs and looked at Sei Ito and asked, "It's a wooden stick that may cause a war between the two worlds." Sei Ito said with a serious look. "Really?" Ito Rita exclaimed exaggeratedly. "I'm not sure, but I can't rule out this possibility." Sei Ito spread out his hands and said with a helpless expression, "So for the safety of this world, it's better to leave this thing in my hands." Ito Rita nodded in agreement. Then she asked, "Are we leaving now? If you don't have anything else to do, it's best if we leave now." Sei Ito nodded and said, "Well, I'm going to pack my things." Ito Rita put down her legs and got up from the sofa. "By the way, have there been any suspicious people around the apartment or around you in the past 2 days?" Sei Ito asked as he watched Ito Rita walk to the bedroom. "I'm not sure. You know it too. With my strength, it's basically impossible to find a stalker who is stronger than me unless the stalker is an idiot." Ito Rita, who had already walked back to the room, said with a buzzing voice, "What about the apartment? Are there any strangers living in the neighborhood on both sides?" Sei Ito asked again as he remembered that Ito Rita had just entered the peak of C class, and it was unknown how long it would take for her to break through to C+ class. "I didn't pay much attention," Ito Rita replied. "You're so careless, yet you dare to live here alone. I don't know what to say about you." Sei Ito said helplessly, "TSK, isn't this all your fault? If you didn't cause so much trouble, I don't know how comfortable my life would be." Ito Rita, who was a little unhappy with Sei Ito's words, retorted, Yes, it's all my fault. I'm the one who implicated you. It's my fault." Sei Ito, who didn't take Rita's complaint to heart, said perfunctorily while flipping through the latest issue of the fashion magazine on the table. "Humph." After saying that, Ito Rita, who felt that she seemed to have said too much, snorted softly and concentrated on packing up her clothes. "It's done." After more than 10 minutes, Ito Rita put a suitcase in front of Sei Ito and said, "See here." Sei Ito, who understood what Ito Rita meant, didn't talk nonsense and directly put away the suitcase. Then he stood up from his sofa and went to the porch with Ito Rita to put on his shoes. "By the way, are we going back like this? If there's really someone monitoring here, won't they find you at once?" Ito Rita, who put on her shoes, looked at Sei Ito and said, "Of course I won't go back like this. I'll use the methods I learned from other worlds to secretly rush back." Sei Ito explained with a smile. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Ito Rita's waist. And when Ito Rita was surprised, he launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and instantly disappeared from the apartment, and in the next moment, appeared at the location near the shrine. Then, without waiting for Ito Rita's reaction, he once again released hyperspace perception to lock onto the location of the shrine, launched instant transmission, and appeared in the backyard of the shrine with Ito Rita. And the moment Sei Ito returned to the shrine, Eriko, who learned from the feedback of the mountain barrier that someone had invaded, suddenly got up from her seat, grabbed the katana beside her, and quickly rushed out of the dormitory. Behind her, seeing Eriko so anxious, Shinya also quickly took the katana and rushed out of the room behind Eriko. "Achung, Rita!" Eriko, who rushed out of the room and bumped into Sei Ito and Ito Rita, shouted with a surprised expression. "Achung!" Shinya, who followed behind, looked at Sei Ito happily and shouted, "Are you the ones who triggered the alarm?" Eriko, who was temporarily relieved, asked, "It should be us." Sei Ito nodded and admitted, recalling that he could trigger the barrier at home when he used the Rubik's Cube to travel between worlds. There was no reason that instant transmission wouldn't trigger the alarm. Phew! Eriko, who heard Sei Ito's confirmation, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and relax. Then, she looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression and asked, "When did you come back?" "About 20 minutes ago," Sei Ito replied, then let go of Ito Rita and said to Eriko and Shinya, "Mother, let's go inside and talk." Eriko nodded and took the lead to return to the room. Then Sei Ito Yi, who stepped forward to hold his arm, and Ito Rita followed closely into the dormitory. "Where's Big Sister?" Sei Ito, who didn't see Suzu Ito, asked. "She went to buy groceries. She should be back in a while." Eriko, who put the katana back to its original place and sat down at the table, looked up at the clock hanging on the wall and said, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back this time? I could have picked you up." Then Eriko said with a slight reproach, "Mom, little brother didn't come back by the normal way this time, but by an unconventional means." Ito Rita, who was on the side, glanced at Sei Ito and reported, "What's the matter?" Eriko frowned and looked at Sei Ito and said, "Sai, it's like this." Hearing Eriko's question, Sei Ito explained the cause of the matter, the process, and the reason for rushing back this time to Eriko. "What are you going to do now?" Eriko, who heard the whole story from beginning to end, asked in a deep voice. "For safety reasons, I plan to take you, Big Sister, and Second Sister to the place I sent Second Sister to before to deal with the other party's possible actions," Sei Ito said with a serious expression. "After all, if the other party knows the meaning of the wooden stick but still acts like this, whether it is determination or the power the other party may have, it is not something we can deal with at present." "You're right." After a few seconds of silence, Eriko agreed. Then she looked up at Sei Ito and asked, "Ah Chung, is the place you said really okay?" "Don't worry, Mom. There is absolutely no problem there," Sei Ito replied with a confident face. "Yes, Mom, there is indeed no problem with little brother." Ito Rita, who knows the existence of the Rubik's Cube world, also agreed. "Well, I'll call Aling now and ask her to come back." Eriko, who saw her children so confident, nodded and said. Then she got up from her seat without hesitation, walked to the side, picked up the phone, and dialed Suzu Ito's phone number. Then Eriko, who finished the phone call, returned to the table and asked Sei Ito about the situation during this time. Then 20 minutes later, Suzu Ito, who was carrying 4 or 5 plastic bags full of fresh vegetables, returned home. Then Ito Sei, who had reunited after a few months, put their thoughts aside for the time being and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with their family happily. After that, seeing that it was almost time, Sei Ito called his mother Eriko, Big Sister Suzu Ito, Second Sister Ito Rita, and Yi, and took them into the Rubik's Cube world. "Mom, this is the place I said before, a world that belongs only to me." Standing in the void, Sei Ito introduced to Eriko and Suzu Ito, who entered the Rubik's Cube world for the first time. Chapter 781. P.S. Thank you to Phoenix Perching on Snow and Spectator of the Gray World for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany for your tip. "Little brother, is this true?" Looking at the panoramic view of the city under her feet, as well as the bustling crowd in the city, Suzu Ito asked with a look of disbelief and shock. Although Eriko on the side didn't say anything, she also looked at the city under her feet with fluctuating emotions. She couldn't believe that her son actually made such a shocking thing quietly. "Big Sister, it's true. Speaking of which, I also contributed to the construction of this city." Hearing Suzu Ito's question, seeing the ecological city again, and recalling that he participated in the whole process of the city from scratch, Ito Rina said with a slightly proud expression, "Yes, thanks to Second Sister's help, The construction of this city wouldn't be so fast. Seeing Ito Rina's gaze fall on him, Ito chuckled and praised. This is really... Seeing that her little brother and sister confirmed it, Suzu Ito didn't know how to describe her feelings at this time. She could only sigh and shake her head, then continue to look at the city below. Let's go down. At this time, Ito, who saw that the effect was almost there, suggested. Then, when Eriko and Suzu Ito nodded in agreement, they appeared in the center of the city with Ito Rina and Yi in a house that was built to imitate the house outside. This place, Eriko and Suzu Ito, who were very familiar with the layout of the house, immediately felt a very familiar feeling in their hearts as soon as they appeared in the room. They couldn't help but say, "When I brought second sister here last time, I was afraid that she wouldn't be used to it, so I used alchemy to rebuild it according to the house outside." Ito explained with a smile. The room, layout, furnishings, and some other things are the same as outside, so mother and big sister don't have to worry about not being used to it at all. As for the rest, second sister, you can worry about it more. If there's anything you don't understand, you can go and find your good friend. Here is Suzuka. She will tell you all the changes in the city after you left. Then, Ito-sei looked at Ito Rina and said, "I know." Ito Rina nodded and said, "Mother, big sister, I'll go out first." Seeing that Ito Rina agreed, Ito looked at Eriko and Suzu Ito again and said, "Be careful." Eriko said, "Don't worry, mother. As long as you are safe, it's still too early for those people in the outside world to catch me." Ito-sei said with a confident face, "Don't try to show off. You have to know that there's always someone better than you. There's always someone better than you." Afraid that Itsunari would become complacent, Eriko frowned and said, "Okay, mother, believe in little brother. He is not a reckless person." On the side, Suzu Ito reached out and held Eriko's arm. She winked at Ito and chuckled. "Big sister knows me best." Ito looked at Suzu Ito and smiled. "Then I'm leaving." Ito said goodbye to everyone again. "Be careful," Suzu Ito said. Ito nodded and then disappeared in front of Eriko, Suzu Ito, Ito Rina, and Yi, and reappeared in the shrine of the origin world. "Haha, if we want to play, let's play big." Ito sneered as he looked at the empty house. Then, Ito's back suddenly protruded, and 4 twisted wooden stakes suddenly appeared behind him. They slowly fell to the ground and turned into Eriko, Suzu Ito, Ito Rina, and Yi. You will first set up a restriction array in the front and back courtyard. After you are done, you will learn how Mother, Big Sister, and Yi lived here. Ito looked at the 3 wood clones that turned into Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi. The 3 wood clones nodded and agreed. "You too, remember to pay attention to the situation of the people around you," Ito said to the wood clone that turned into Ito Rina. "Got it." Wood clone Ito Rina nodded and said. Then, she made a seal with one hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. She disappeared in front of Ito and returned to her apartment. After giving out instructions, Ito didn't stay any longer. He also used hyperspace perception to lock onto the Flying Thunder God technique that he left in Belgium, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his room in Belgium. I don't know if the employer has replied. After dealing with his worries, Ito's mind once again turned to the unrestricted mission that he completed before. Then he opened the mission terminal, logged into the Bounty Union's website, and opened his back-end mailbox. "Your request has been submitted," waiting for the employer's reply. In the back end, a lonely, unread short message read, "Their reaction speed is so slow. With this attitude, I'll definitely rip them off when the time comes." After reading the short message, Ito curled his lips and threw the mission terminal aside. Then, he took out a quantum computer and activated it again. He connected to the network with his superpower of electromagnetic control and sent a newly written email with some pictures and information content to key departments in the United States, Russia, China, France, the United Kingdom, and Germany, asking if they were willing to buy the document in his hand. Although the process of the mission is a little difficult, This deal seems to be very cost-effective. As soon as he sent the email, Ito immediately cut off the network connection and put away the quantum computer again. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and assumed a posture with his palms facing the sky. Then he closed his eyes and opened his virtual domain, compressed it into a thin layer that was as thin as skin and stuck close to his skin, feeling and comprehending the rule power of the main world. Just like that, a night passed in the blink of an eye while he was feeling and comprehending. It was the next day again. In the morning, as the sunlight shone through the window and shone on his body, Ito, who had been concentrating on comprehending for an entire night, slowly removed his virtual domain, opened his eyes, and stood up from the bed. Then, as usual, after washing up and finishing his meal, he picked up the mission terminal beside him and opened it again. He logged into the Bounty Union's website and checked the back-end message. It's finally here. Looking at the new message that appeared, Ito chuckled. Then, he reached out to open the message and browsed through it. As long as you agree. Seeing that the other party had agreed to renegotiate the mission reward, Ito did not stand on ceremony. He wrote down his price and replied. The other party might have attached great importance to the information, and there were people on the other end at the moment. Therefore, less than a minute after the message was sent, a new message came back. We can agree to your price, but you have to guarantee that the information is exclusive to us. You can't copy it and resell it to a third party, the other party replied. If you don't want me to resell the information to a third party, then the price won't be the $5 billion that I mentioned before. Instead, you have to consider the price that I might get if I resell it, Ito replied. After more than 10 seconds, the other party replied, How much do you want? 10 seconds later, the other party replied, 10 billion. Ito replied straightforwardly. You're crazy. The other party replied, I'm just fighting for a reasonable price. If you don't agree, don't expect that the information will be exclusive to you. Ito replied in a disdainful tone. We need to discuss. This time, the interval between the messages was longer. It took more than a minute before the reply came. You better hurry up. I've already sent the information to the United States, the United Kingdom, France, China, Russia, and Germany. They may contact me at any time. If you don't give me an answer before I reach an agreement with the other party, then I'm sorry, Ito replied in a calm tone. Hit. The other party replied simply and directly. Ito looked at the 4 English letters on the screen and smiled indifferently. Then he put the mission terminal aside, took out the quantum computer again, connected to the network, and opened the virtual mailbox created by the electromagnetic control superpower. TSK. It seems that everyone is interested, Ito said with a satisfied smile as he looked at the 6 emails that appeared in his mailbox. Then he opened the emails one by one and browsed through the content. After he finished browsing, he sent back the price he wanted. As long as this transaction is completed, not only can I buy the refining formula of the basic energy crystal, I can also get the refining formula of the advanced energy crystal. Ito Sei, who was feeling a little complacent, thought to himself, Ring, ring, ring. Just then, a phone suddenly rang and interrupted Ito's beautiful fantasy. You're here. Ito waved his hand and put away the mission terminal and the quantum computer. He took out his phone and frowned as he looked at the number that still had the words unknown caller written on it. Hello. Ito Sei, who pressed the answer button, put the phone to his ear and said in a deep voice, It's Mr. Ito Sei, right? On the phone, a young-sounding male voice came out. Yes, it's me, Ito replied as he was sure that the other party was Bartlett's subordinate that contacted him last night. Hello, I'm Vincent Sapple. I'm here on Mr. Bartlett's orders to make a deal with you. The man on the other side introduced himself. Where are you? Ito asked directly as he didn't want to listen to the other party's nonsense. I'm at XX Cafe on XX Street in Bruges. The other party replied. Got it, Ito said and then unceremoniously hung up the phone. Let me see who you guys are. Ito sneered as he put away the phone. He then turned around and walked out of the room. He found the gang leader that he controlled yesterday and ordered him to send him to XX Cafe on XX Street. The gang leader didn't hesitate at all to say Ito's order. He quickly found a blond man who was very good with cars and had him drive Sei Ito to the designated location. The blond man, who was very familiar with the city's layout and road conditions, drove Sei Ito to XX Cafe on XX Street in no time. "You can go back now," Sei Ito said to the blond man as he got out of the car. "Okay." The blond man, who had received instructions from his boss, didn't hesitate at all. He nodded in agreement, started the car again, and drove away from Sei Ito. Sei Ito slowly looked around and didn't find any ambush. He sneered and walked to the front of the cafe, pushed the door open, and walked in. As soon as he walked into the cafe, a young man in casual clothes with light brown hair, tied into a ponytail, got up from his seat and nodded at Sei Ito with a smile. Sei Ito didn't look around aimlessly when he saw the person's face. He walked straight to the person. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" The moment Sei Ito sat down, a female waiter walked up to Sei Ito and asked in English. "No need. We'll leave in a bit," Sei Ito said to the waiter. "Okay." The waiter responded and walked away from Sei Ito. Sei Ito, "San, I think you don't want to stay with me. So for our mutual comfort, let's get to the point." The young man named Vincent looked at Sei Ito and smiled. "Where is that thing?" "Your suggestion is exactly what I want, but unfortunately, I'm not here to make a deal with you. I'm here to take your life." Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and looked at Vincent sitting across from him. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Vincent's reaction and directly used the Nara clan shadow secret technique to control his movements. "Do you want to give up the lives of your family?" Vincent, who reached out his hand uncontrollably and held Sei Ito's hand, suppressed his voice and shouted in a low voice. "You want to take the lives of my family? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Sei Ito sneered with disdain as he used his sensing ability to detect Vincent's thoughts. "So, there's a surveillance outside the coffee shop." The guy who dressed like an old man?" Sei Ito whispered the result of his detection. "How did you know?" Vincent, who heard Sei Ito's words, shouted with a changed expression. But because he was too surprised, he didn't notice the volume of his voice. Everyone in the coffee shop heard him and looked at Vincent. Mind reading. However, at this time, Vincent didn't care about anything else. He looked at Ito Sei in surprise and said, "I guess so," Sei Ito said noncommittally. "Let's go, let's complete the deal." Sei Ito stopped using the shadow secret technique and turned it into psychokinesis to imprison and control Vincent's movements. Under the control of Sei Ito's psychokinesis, although Vincent didn't want to, he had to get up from his seat and follow Sei Ito, who paid for his coffee, out of the coffee shop and into the distance. Not long after they left, an old man sitting on a bench near the coffee shop stood up and followed behind Ito Seiji and his wife. Chapter 782. This is the place. Sei Ito led Vincent into a gap between two buildings. He stopped and looked at the entrance. "Ah!" With his vocal cords controlled by Sei Ito's psychokinesis, Vincent, who couldn't speak, could only helplessly make mute awe sounds. Explode. At this moment, a light explosion sounded in the alley. Then, another Sei Ito walked out of the white smoke that suddenly appeared in the alley. "Change into his appearance and bring that guy in," Sei Ito said to his shadow clone as he pointed at Vincent. The shadow clone turned his head and looked at the shocked Vincent, then turned into his appearance, walked out of the alley, and came to the watchman who was hovering nearby. Under the watchman's puzzled eyes, the shadow clone used medical ninjutsu to hit the watchman's neck. Under the influence of the medical ninjutsu, the monitoring personnel who were physically and mentally unwell were also like Vincent, who was controlled by psychokinesis, making a sound similar to that of deaf and mute people. Soon after, the shadow clone, who had turned into Van Dyne, stretched out his hand and supported the surveillance officer who couldn't control his body. He then dragged him back into the alley. Seeing that the shadow clone had returned, Sei Ito activated instant transmission and brought Vincent, the traitor, and his shadow clone out of the alley, appearing on the roof of a nearby building. Explode. After reaching the top of the building, the unharmed shadow clone suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared into the air. Plop. Without the support of the shadow clone, the surveillance officer immediately fell to the ground helplessly. Like a baby who had not yet learned to crawl, he wriggled his body on the ground. Let me see what kind of organization you belong to. How dare you threaten me? Ito walked up to the surveillance officer and squatted down. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the officer's head as he sneered. It's you. After a moment, Ito fiercely opened his eyes and looked at the surveillance officer on the ground with murderous intent. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. I didn't expect that the mysterious organization that inexplicably made a scene in Japan and set me up would actually take the initiative to come to me. It seems that the ill-fated relationship between us is not shallow. Ito Sei, who had straightened his body again, sneered. In that case, new hatred and old hatred will be settled together. Consider yourself unlucky. He used psychokinesis to take the mobile phones from their bodies. Ito's hand, Ito said in his heart. After that, he added a flurry charge on Vincent's body, and then put the two of them into the Rubik's Cube world and threw them into the biological laboratory for Emma to use as human materials. Explode. Then, a white mist suddenly emerged from Ito Sei's body as he put the two people away. Then, Ito Sei, who was disguised as a surveillance officer, appeared on the roof. Lord Bartlett, the transaction has been successfully completed. It is estimated that the goods will be delivered to the headquarters in 10 hours. Ito picked up the surveillance officer's phone and dialed Bartlett's number according to the information he previously scouted. I understand, Bartlett on the other side said. Then he unilaterally hung up the phone. Ito, who put away the phone, sneered silently. He used hyperspace perception to lock onto the Flying Thunder God spell he left in Tokyo and used the Flying Thunder God spell to return to Tokyo City. Then, according to the secret code information in the memory of the surveillance personnel, he swaggered to find the two surveillance personnel of the I Department of the Dark Moon organization who were monitoring Ito Rita's avatar. Why are you here? Seeing Ito's appearance, one of the surveillance officers responsible for monitoring Ito Rita asked in surprise. The other party isn't very cooperative, so Mr. Bartlett asked me to help you strengthen the surveillance. If necessary, I will capture the target on behalf of the Warrior Department. Ito approached the surveillance officer while making up an excuse. That kid really died early. He knew that his family was in our hands, but he still dared to do this. It seems that he didn't suffer enough last time. The surveillance officer sneered while looking at Tokyo University with a telescope in his hand. Yeah. At this time, Ito, who had already walked to the surveillance officer's side, agreed. Then, when the surveillance officer didn't react at all, he suddenly slapped him unconscious. Plop! The unconscious body fell heavily to the ground. Ito turned his head and looked at the Tokyo University campus. He squatted down in front of the surveillance officer who fainted, pressed one hand on the surveillance officer's head, and formed a seal with one hand to activate the Yamanaka family's secret mind-reading technique to read the surveillance officer's memory. After a while, Ito roughly browsed through the surveillance officer's memory and found some information about the Dark Moon organization from it. He moved his mind to put the surveillance officer into the Rubik's Cube world and threw him to the biological laboratory to be used as a human specimen. Then, Ito left the surveillance site and found the surveillance officer who was resting on the other side. He didn't talk nonsense and directly knocked out the surveillance officer who was only at C+ level but had special tracking and surveillance means. After extracting the person's memory, he threw him into the biological laboratory. After that, Ito did the same thing and captured the other 4 surveillance officers of the I Department of the Dark Moon organization who stayed near the shrine and sent them into the biological laboratory in the Rubik's Cube world. It's time to deal with the Dark Moon branch established in Japan and the Warrior Department members who stayed there. Ito, who cleaned up the surveillance officers, turned his head and looked into the distance. Immediately, he launched the instant transmission and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of a dilapidated building near Kyoto, which had become the demon capital, and walked toward it. Although the outside of the building was very dilapidated, it was an illusion to not make the branch appear too abrupt. Its interior was no less than the laboratory that Sei Ito broke into before. A large number of metal alloys were placed around the interior of the building for support and protection. At the same time, there were various high-tech protective measures secretly spread throughout every corner of the building. Fortunately, Sei Ito had already obtained the password and verification method to enter the branch from the surveillance officer's memory. He didn't need to rely on force to invade like breaking into the laboratory. After layers of verification, Sei Ito finally came to the interior of the branch and saw the members of the warrior department who were eating, drinking, having fun, and playing with women here. Who are you? Although the person that Sei Ito transformed into at this time was still a member of the Dark Moon organization, he was not someone that the warrior department member stationed in the Japan branch knew. So after seeing him, the warrior department members who were having fun immediately stopped what they were doing and asked Sei Ito with a vigilant look. As for why they didn't attack immediately, it was still because these warrior department members trusted their branch's defense system too much. They thought that it was impossible for someone who wasn't one of their own to enter here, and they were subconsciously confident in their own strength. I'm Schloinzel Erode from the I Department. I came to Japan under the order of Sir Bartlett to assist you in completing this mission. Sei Ito said calmly. Why didn't we receive Sir Bartlett's order? Hearing Sei Ito's explanation, these warrior department members all subconsciously relaxed their bodies, but one of them still asked in confusion. You can ask Sir Bartlett to confirm. Sei Ito, who didn't know how to explain, said faintly. Then he ignored the warrior department member who asked the question and looked at the others. Are all the combat personnel of the Japan branch here? Yes. Seeing that the fellow who asked the question really called to ask, a warrior department member nodded and said, That's good. Sei Ito, who got confirmation, said in a relaxed tone. Most of the warrior department members who heard Sei Ito's words looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he meant. The member who was on the phone frowned, and a bad premonition arose from the bottom of his heart. Because only in this way can I catch all of you in one fell swoop. Sei Ito, who was emitting electric light and disturbing the surrounding electromagnetic signals, said softly with a murderous tone. Hearing this, how could the warrior department members not understand what Sei Ito wanted to do? They all roared and attacked Sei Ito with various means. A bunch of clowns. Sei Ito, who stood in the same place without moving at all, sneered at the people who attacked him. As Sei Ito's voice fell, a transparent wave that was almost solid suddenly spread out with Sei Ito as the center. In the blink of an eye, it shrouded all the warrior department members. Feeling the sudden power, the warrior department members' expressions changed as they shouted, Not good. It's a level aim master. At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly said softly, Wind. As his words fell, the entire virtual domain was immediately filled with all kinds of wind blades, gusts, whirlwinds, and intertwining winds. They swept toward the bodies of the warrior department members. At this moment, in the dilemma of attacking the enemy at the cost of their own lives or withdrawing their attacks to temporarily save their lives, the warrior department members all withdrew their attacks at the same time and faced the wind wave attack that swept toward them. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions sounded in the room. However, even though the warrior department members reacted quickly, there were too many winds in the wind wave. Moreover, the angles of the attacks were strange and tricky. Therefore, after blocking once, the warrior department members' bodies still suffered different degrees of injuries. One of them was even unlucky enough to die on the spot. Sei Ito smiled when he saw this. He once again mobilized the wind energy in the virtual domain to form a wind wave that swept toward the surviving warrior department members. Chapter 783. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the last member of the warrior department also died under the attack of the wind tide. Seeing this, Ito immediately retracted the virtual domain. Then he moved all the corpses on the ground into the magic cube world. After throwing an antimatter grenade, he launched an instant teleportation to leave the Dark Moon Organization's branch. He flashed into the magic cube world and began to extract the memories of those corpses. Sure enough, the members of the warrior department no more. About an hour later, Ito, who had extracted all the memories of those corpses, sighed softly. Immediately after returning to the main world, he used the instant teleportation ability and psychokinesis to rush to the headquarters of the Dark Moon Organization on an island in Australia's affiliated archipelago. With the two extreme methods of rushing, it didn't take long for Ito to arrive at the private island where the headquarters of the Dark Moon Organization was located. With a thought, Ito changed into the appearance of the traitor, Vincent. Then he held a wooden stick that imitated the fluctuation of the dimensional positioning teleportation circle and appeared on the private island. He waited in a hidden position. In the ebb and flow of the tide, a few hours passed in a flash. At this time, Ito, who felt that it was almost time, left the hiding place and sneaked back to the landing place on the island. Then he walked step by step to the headquarters of the Dark Moon Organization openly. Half an hour later, Ito, who passed through a forest, finally came to a tall duplex building in the center of the island covered by a large forest. He pushed the door and walked in. Miss Lisa. Walking into the building, a woman with a pair of frameless glasses called out. She was wearing a pair of black high-heeled leather shoes, flesh-colored thick stockings, a light black business suit with a short skirt, and a suit with gray slender vertical lines on the surface. Her long blonde hair was tied up casually behind her head. "Come with me. Sir has been waiting for a long time." Miss Lisa, who heard the greeting, didn't say anything. She turned directly to the wide stairs covered with a bright red wool carpet in the room, and said to Ito behind her. "All right." Ito agreed and followed Miss Lisa up the stairs while admiring her swaying butt. He walked up to the second floor, under the leadership of Miss Lisa. The two of them quickly arrived at a spacious study. The study was very large, more than 60 square meters. The floor was still covered with a bright red wool carpet on the left side of the study. A huge dark brown solid wood bookshelf was placed against the wall. A large number of modern or ancient secretaries were placed on the table, and directly opposite the bookshelf, a world map hung on an empty wall. In the middle of the study, a similarly dark brown solid wood desk was placed in the middle, and a person was sitting on a black leather-bossed chair. With his back facing Ito and Miss Lisa, only half of his blonde head was revealed. In his hand was a crystal goblet filled with red wine. Ito saw a man appear in front of Ito. "Lord Bartlett, Vincent is back." Miss Lisa walked to the side of the desk and said softly to the man who was enveloped by the dim yellow light outside the window, "You got the thing back." The man named Bartlett gently turned his chair and looked at Vincent, who was transformed from Ito Seiji, with a gloomy face that was illuminated by the dim yellow light, and said softly, "Yes, Lord Bartlett, please take a look." He reached out and took off the beige cloth outside the wooden stick. He walked slowly to Ito's desk and said as he placed the wooden stick on the desk. Bartlett reached out and took the wooden stick. His right hand emitted a strange fluctuation as he touched the wooden stick in his hand. Seeing this, Ito's body immediately tensed up and looked like he was ready to make a move at any time. "It's a fake." After a moment, Bartlett, who didn't see any reaction from the wooden stick, suddenly raised his head and looked at Ito with golden eyes. Under the gaze of those golden eyes, the face of Ito, who had transformed into Vincent, blurred and revealed Ito's original appearance. The moment Ito's appearance was revealed, Miss Lisa immediately assumed an attacking posture and slowly moved between Ito and Bartlett. She looked at Ito cautiously. "It's you," Bartlett said in surprise when he saw Ito's appearance. Then he placed his hands on the desk and slowly stood up from his chair. He laughed heartily and said, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. You saved me a lot of trouble. What's up with those eyes of yours?" Seeing that his identity was exposed, Seito directly removed the effects of the transformation spell and asked Bartlett with a frown, "Have you heard of the Eyes of Truth?" Bartlett, who seemed to think that he had already defeated Seito, looked at Seito calmly and asked, "A person with extensive knowledge who obtains the Eyes of Providence from the place of truth through special means." Seito said with narrowed eyes, "Are you saying that your eyes are the eyes of truth?" "That's right." Bartlett nodded and admitted with a smile. "The price to obtain it isn't small," Seito said softly. 20 years of lifespan and your own emotions." Bartlett didn't mind telling him the price. "How ruthless." Seito's expression froze, and he praised with admiration. At the same time, he thought to himself, "This is a person who is truly ruthless to himself." Bartlett smiled fakely and accepted Seito's praise. Then, he returned to the topic and asked, "Where is that thing? I want to know why you're looking for that thing." Seito looked at Bartlett with a serious expression. "There is nothing that I can't tell you at this point." Bartlett said, "That thing is one of the components of something. The completed product of that thing is the key to opening a temple." "Temple?" Seito repeated with a look of astonishment. "I can't tell you the rest of the information. Now, tell me where that thing is." Bartlett asked again. "Sorry, after hearing your answer, I am now interested in that so-called temple. So, I will not give that thing to you. If you want it, you'll have to think of a way to snatch it from me." Seito suddenly smiled and shrugged at Bartlett. Then, he was about to teleport away from the room. However, the teleportation effect that he expected didn't happen. Seito had already stopped at his original position. "I forgot to tell you. After our conversation just now, I have turned the entire study into my territory. Without my permission, no method can work here. So, regretfully, you have been captured by me," Bartlett said as if he understood Seito's doubts. "Lisa, go capture him." Bartlett then ordered Miss Lisa, who was beside him. "Yes, Sir Bartlett." Miss Lisa responded and walked toward Seito. She reached out to grab Seito, who she thought had no ability to resist. "You are underestimating me too much." Seito looked at Bartlett with a mocking expression. Then, he suddenly shook his shoulder and raised his arm. As he shook Miss Lisa's hand away, he grabbed Miss Lisa's arm. At the same time, he placed his right palm on Miss Lisa's abdomen and hit Miss Lisa's intestines with penetrating force. Miss Lisa was caught off guard. Her face immediately paled, and she knelt on the ground weakly. "China's martial arts." Bartlett's eyes shrunk as he said in a low voice, "That's right. Your territory can indeed seal off all abnormal effects. However, physical strength is not part of what your territory can seal off. Therefore, Bartlett, if you don't have any other methods to restrain me, the one who will lose will be you." Seito smiled at Bartlett as he kicked Miss Lisa to the side. "You do have the ability to surprise me." Bartlett's expression didn't change as he said with a fake smile. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! Countless steel blades suddenly appeared around Bartlett and aimed at Ito-sei. They were ready to fire at any moment. Bartlett's eyes were filled with a cold light. "But don't forget, this is my territory. I can control everything here as I wish," Bartlett said calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After he said that, a dozen sharp steel blades shot towards Seito's body. However, in order to find out the whereabouts of the component, these blades were all targeted at carefully selected areas. They completely avoided Seito's vital points. Although Seito also noticed that the blades weren't targeting his vital points, who knew if there was some sort of mysterious effect on the blades. Seito, who didn't want to come into contact with them, immediately jumped back without thinking. Dang, 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 dang. In an instant, the blades that missed their target landed on the ground and made a series of sounds. However, the steel blades that landed on the ground slowly disappeared into thin air in the next second, as if they were illusions. Then, even more steel blades shot towards Seito's body. Seito didn't hesitate when he saw this. He dashed to the door of the study and pulled it open with all his might. However, no matter how hard Seito tried, the door didn't budge and was tightly shut as if it was nailed shut. "It's useless. You can't leave this place without my permission." Bartlett's voice sounded in Seito's ears. "Since that's the case, I'll just beat you down." Sei, who had dodged the shard blade that followed, shouted as he rushed towards Bartlett. Chapter 784. P.S. Thanks to 157747860, 0pp is tired, and Visaya won for their precious monthly votes. Come. As Seito got closer, thin alloy plates that were 2 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and less than 1 centimeter thick appeared in the air. They quickly fell to the ground and blocked Seito's path. However, under the full sprint of Sei, who was running at full speed, he pierced through the afterimages left by Sei a second ago and was nailed straight to the ground, becoming an alloy wall that blocked his retreat. At this moment, Seito finally broke through the layers of obstacles and landed in front of Bartlett. He gathered all the strength in his body and threw a half-step collapsing fist straight at Bartlett's chest. Bam! A muffled sound came from Bartlett's body. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you. If you don't have the power to break through space in this formation, any attack that lands on my body is useless." Bartlett explained to Seito, who was frowning in front of him with a fake smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared on Bartlett's chest like water ripples. Metal threads that looked like bouncing water suddenly emerged from his chest and pierced towards Seito's fist and body like needles. Feeling the piercing pain from his skin, Seito immediately retracted his fist and stepped back from Bartlett. "Give up. Hand over the key, and I can give you a quick death," Bartlett said calmly with his eyes locked on Seito. "Humph." Seito snorted coldly and ignored Bartlett. He focused on dodging the sharp metal objects that kept appearing from the air and on the ground as he went around the office table and charged towards Bartlett again. Perhaps Bartlett was too confident in his formation. Seeing Seito charging towards him again, Bartlett didn't strengthen his attacks to stop Seito's advance. Instead, he opened up a gap and allowed Seito to reach him. "You asked for it." Seito also realized Bartlett was going easy on him and said coldly with a deep voice. Then he focused his mind and coordinated his attack with his mind. He gathered all the strength in his body into a punch and threw out a half-step collapsing fist. In an instant, the scene and feeling of a volcano that was about to erupt appeared behind Seito and rushed towards Bartlett's body, along with his fist. Fist force. Bartlett was stunned, and his expression changed for the first time. He said with a surprised expression, "Boom!" At this moment, an explosion sounded and a violent shockwave spread out with Seito's fist as the center. It was like a small tornado that blew wildly in the room. On the side, Miss Lisa, who had fallen to the ground, rolled away uncontrollably in the wind. "How shocking. I didn't expect you to cultivate China's martial arts to this level at such a young age. You're able to use a fist force that most people wouldn't be able to do in their entire lives." Bartlett, who wasn't affected at all, said with a face full of praise, "You're the one who's truly shocking. The leader of an unknown organization actually has this level of ability, and you're not famous at all. The truth hidden under such secrecy is truly shocking." Seeing that his attack didn't work again, Seito quickly backed away from Bartlett while looking at Bartlett with a mocking expression. Only by completely hiding oneself can one not attract attention. Only then can one do things that seemed troublesome in the past. Bartlett didn't care about the mockery in Seito's words at all. He said with a fake smile on his face again, "No wonder the organization's name is Dark Moon. The leader's personality is like a reptile in a dark corner. How disgusting." Seito continued to mock. Bartlett wasn't angry when he heard that. Instead, he locked onto Seito's figure with a smile and activated the formation's ability to summon all kinds of metal weapons from the void. He then shot them at Seito's limbs. Seeing that Bartlett wasn't moved by his words, Ito stopped his mocking. He dodged the attacks that could come at any time while silently manipulating his heart and mind. Essence, chi, and spirit. Following the movement of Ito's mind, a blurry image began to faintly appear behind Ito's back. Mind manifestation. Bartlett, who had been maintaining the eye of truth, frowned and said softly when he saw that. As soon as his voice fell, Ito's figure seemed to have stepped through space. He suddenly crossed a large distance and came to the side of the desk. Then he took a step and twisted his waist to slash out with his hand. Following this chop, the blurry image behind Ito suddenly exploded. It turned into a blazing fireball like an atomic explosion and slashed at Bartlett along with the afterimage of his arm. Creak! With this attack, a sharp sound like a sharp weapon cutting through glass sounded in front of Bartlett. Mind manifestation indeed. Looking at the ripples that were still trembling in front of him, Bartlett's expression changed slightly. He looked at Ito with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for the pressure from your formation, I don't know how long it would take for me to perform this 6 directions armor." Ito grinned, satisfied with his attack. "Looks like if I put in a little more effort, breaking the barrier in front of you and injuring you won't be difficult," Ito said as he retracted his arm and looked at the spatial ripples in front of Bartlett that were gradually calming down. "Indeed, I underestimated your strength. However, if you think you can break through my formation with just this, you're dreaming." Bartlett, who had recovered his fake smile, said flatly, "Snap." Then Bartlett snapped his fingers again. Following this clear snap, 2 balls of mercury-like liquid substance suddenly appeared in the void and fell to the ground. Then, under the observation of Ito, who was quickly dodging the attacks from the other sharp weapons, they rapidly expanded and transformed until they finally turned into 2 silvery white liquid humanoid figures with faint facial features. Then, the 2 liquid humanoid figures raised their arms, and 2 liquid machine guns quickly appeared in their hands. They aimed at Ito, who was dodging everywhere. Liquid metal robot, T-1000? Ito looked at the 2 liquid metal robots that were similar to the ones in the movie Terminator. Other than the fact that they didn't have artificial skin like the liquid metal robots, the 2 liquid metal robots that were almost exactly the same frowned. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. At this moment, a series of gunshots suddenly sounded. Countless silver liquid bullets the size of soybeans shot towards Ito's body together with the sharp weapons that were constantly falling from all directions. F***CK. Ito, who was already a little tired of dealing with a rain of sharp weapons, cursed silently when he saw this. He focused all his attention and began to dodge. However, as the old saying went, constant defense is bound to fail. Therefore, after persisting and dodging for about a minute, Ito's shoulders, calves, and arms had thin and long wounds of varying degrees. Of course, if they were just ordinary wounds, they wouldn't do anything to Ito. However, the moment the weapons left wounds on Ito's body, they would suddenly liquefy and adhere to his wounds. They would then seep into his body bit by bit. "My body is becoming sluggish," Ito said with a heavy heart as he carefully sensed the condition of his body. Although there was an energy seal around the wounds to prevent the liquid metal that seemed to have self-consciousness from invading his body, the strange substance secreted by the liquid metal still gradually affected Ito's body. He felt that his body's reaction had become a little slower compared to before he was injured. Under this influence, Ito's body was once again intimately received by the 2 unkillable, indestructible, and almost impossible to get rid of, as well as the sharp weapons around him. They left thin and long wounds on his body, and liquid metal stuck to his wounds. F***CK. Virtual domain open. At this time, Ito, who was no longer going to hold back, cursed silently in his heart. He suddenly spread out his mental power to form a virtual domain that enveloped his body, forming his own personal field. Under the influence of the virtual domain, the force that suppressed all the strange forces in Sei Ito's body finally disappeared, freeing Sei Ito's strength completely. Whoosh! The next moment, a high-speed tornado suddenly rose from under Sei Ito's feet and wrapped around his body in the blink of an eye, sucking out the liquid metal stuck to his body. Your performance is getting more and more surprising. Bartlett squinted his eyes as he collected the tornado with liquid metal in his hand and condensed it into a high-speed spinning ball. I remember when my subordinates met you last time, you were still a B rank. I didn't expect that when we met again a few months later, you'd already become an A rank powerhouse. From the degree of control you have over it, it's obvious that you've been in a rank for a long time. Your talent really makes me jealous. Humph. Sei Ito, who had turned the tornado ball into a flame, snorted coldly and strengthened his mental power to support the virtual domain again. He expanded it to the size of the entire study room and invaded Bartlett's field. This level of resistance consumes a lot of mental power. Sei Ito thought as he felt his mental power quickly depleting. Without hesitation, he teleported and appeared in front of Bartlett. He swung his palm at Bartlett's face. At this moment, Bartlett's golden eye of truth flashed, allowing him to dodge Sei Ito's attack by a hair's breadth and retreat leisurely. After his attack missed, Sei Ito felt his virtual domain tremble. A domain that was as solid as his own expanded from Bartlett's body, corroding part of Sei Ito's domain and connecting it to the field outside. In an instant, Bartlett's domain changed from an illusory domain to a solid one, turning into a personal domain that only an S-rank powerhouse could control. Then, Sei Ito's virtual domain shrunk back at a speed visible to the naked eye under the suppression of this domain. To some extent, domain represented the spiritual image of the person who held the domain, so the confrontation of domain was also a confrontation of spiritual power and spiritual will to a certain extent. Therefore, when the domain was forced back, Ito-sei couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his throat. Is this the power of an S-rank domain? The difference is huge. Ito-sei, who was trying his best to stimulate his spiritual power to maintain the existence of the virtual domain and stop it from shrinking back, frowned and thought to himself, "You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this extent." Bartlett looked at Sei Ito, who didn't look too good, and chuckled. "Damn it. I didn't expect the leader of a secret organization to be someone who could reach S rank through special means. Who would believe this?" Sei Ito cursed in his heart as he ignored Bartlett's words. Then he separated a strand of his consciousness and connected it to the Rubik's Cube. He transferred a strand of world energy to his virtual domain, causing it to evolve into a domain to a certain extent and resist the corrosion of Bartlett's domain. However, this way, his mental power that was already being consumed quickly was consumed even faster. As soon as Sei Ito's side changed, Bartlett immediately sensed it from his domain. He frowned and said doubtfully, "My ass." Hearing Bartlett's doubtful words, Sei Ito roared and rushed in front of Bartlett with a temporary domain that was less than a meter in radius. He waved his fist that was wrapped in domain energy and punched at Bartlett. ZZZ, ZZ, ZZ. As the fist and Bartlett's domain barrier collided and eroded each other, a strange sound came from in front of Bartlett. It stimulated both Bartlett and Sei Ito's eardrums. However, Bartlett's defense was the entire domain, while Sei Ito's attack was on a single point. Therefore, after a few seconds, along with a clear crackling sound, the point where the two domains intersected suddenly shattered like glass and formed a chaotic space flow. Sei Ito's fist finally landed on Bartlett's body for the first time after a certain amount of power was offset by the chaotic space and a few cracks were left on his arm. However, Bartlett, who had the eye of truth and could calculate some information to a certain extent, blocked Sei Ito's attack with his fist first. Bang! As a scholar-type expert, Bartlett, who didn't have much strength, was still forced back a step by Sei Ito's strength. Bartlett, let's bet on luck. Ito, whose forearm was still damaged by the chaotic space, grinned at Bartlett, whose expression changed slightly. Chapter 785. What do you mean? Bartlett asked with a frown. Let's see who has the highest luck in the space turbulence, Ito said. Without waiting for Bartlett's response, he directly released his electric discharge ability at the space turbulence. Under the stimulation of the electric discharge ability, the space turbulence that was already disorderly became even more chaotic and spread out in an explosive manner. It ignored Ito and Bartlett's domain and enveloped Ito and Bartlett in the expanding space turbulence domain and randomly threw them out. After completing the teleportation, the space turbulence domain continued to explode for a moment before shrinking back to its original size. Along with the self-correcting power of the main world, it gradually disappeared into space, leaving behind a dilapidated study room. On the other side, the figure of Ito Sei, who was teleported out of order, suddenly appeared in a forest covered with ice and snow and fell heavily to the ground. Ito Sei, who was in pain because of the heavy fall, couldn't help but groan in a low voice. Didn't I get teleported to the same place as that bastard Bartlett? That old bastard got lucky. After a moment, Ito struggled to sit up from the ground as he slowly felt the pain in his body. He looked around and muttered to himself, "Where's this place?" Ito frowned as he realized that there was nothing but snow around him. He immediately activated his psychokinesis and wanted to control his body to fly into the sky to determine his current location. In an instant, a feeling similar to when he was in Bartlett's territory gushed out from his body and restricted his use of his superpower. Rubik's Cube. What's going on with me? Sensing his own situation, Ito's heart sank as he contacted Rubik's Cube and asked. In the process of disorderly teleportation, the host's body was eroded by the chaotic space energy, causing the host's superpower to be temporarily unable to be used. You need to wait for the chaotic space energy to dissipate before you can use it again. Like Mr. Omniscient, Rubik's Cube presented the information in Ito's mind and explained. How long will it take to recover naturally? Ito asked again. Based on the host's current physical condition, it will take 2 hours to fully recover. 2 hours, huh? Let's hope nothing special happens during this time. Ito muttered to himself as he slid down against a tree trunk that required 3 people to wrap their arms around it. Then he assumed a posture with his palms facing the sky and mobilized the energy in his body to heal his injuries. Ito left 30% of his consciousness to guard the outside world, while the rest of his consciousness was focused on healing his injuries. 4 or 5 of them were about the size of an adult's palm. Her skin was white and tender, and only her chest and waist were covered by special clothes made of leaves. There were 2 pairs of transparent dragonfly wings on her back, and her hair was either red or green. Like fairies in myths and legends, little people flew out of the tree holes. Under the cover of the snow, she carefully peeked at Ito, who was sitting there recuperating. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 4 or 5 little fairies hid on the side and whispered to each other like insects. Ito, who was still recuperating and didn't sense any danger or unnatural situation, didn't notice this at all. Schwa. This continued for another half an hour. Following a soft sound, Ito, who suddenly sensed danger, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Instantly, a snow-white snow leopard appeared in front of Ito. Its muscles were tense, and it was ready to pounce at any time. Since you're here, you can stay. Staring at the snow leopard without blinking, Ito slowly stood up from the ground and said softly, "Since you're so beautiful, I won't kill you. You can become a beast in my captivity." After saying this, Ito stomped on the ground and rushed in front of the snow leopard. He slapped the snow leopard's head. Unexpectedly, the snow leopard was very clever. The moment Ito rushed forward, it leaned forward and jumped to the side when Ito was about to attack. It dodged Ito's sure hit attack and then bit at Seito's leg. Huh! Ito Seiji sneered when he saw this. He lifted his left leg that was about to be bitten and chopped down on Snow Leopard's neck. He didn't know how much power he had left behind. Bang! Under this heavy blow, the Snow Leopard's body immediately fell forward, and its chin heavily hit the thick layer of snow on the ground. Huh! You still want to resist? You're quite wild. Ito chuckled as he looked at the Snow Leopard that was still struggling, even though its head was stepped on. Then, he turned his hand and slapped the air. A transparent airwave instantly rushed out from Seito's palm and hit the Snow Leopard's skull, knocking it out. It seems that this air-splitting palm is worth practicing. Ito joked when he saw the Snow Leopard fainted. Then, with a thought, he threw the wild Snow Leopard into the Rubik's Cube world. According to the current season, there are only a few places on Earth that are still covered in snow and have forests. I just don't know which one I'm in. Ito muttered to himself as he looked at his surroundings. He had almost finished adjusting his body and was no longer in the mood to heal. Forget it. I'll choose a direction first. Even if it's the wrong direction, I can still use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave this place after I recover my abilities. Ito thought to himself. Ito randomly chose a direction and walked forward with his Qin Gong that was comparable to walking on snow without leaving a trace. As Ito went deeper, although the area of the forest gradually decreased, the thickness of the snow gradually increased. In the end, it even became an endless plain. Judging by the thickness of the snow, this should be Greenland. Ito thought to himself as he stopped to relieve his vision that was blinded by the reflection of the snow. Then, he took another step forward and continued to walk into the distance. A woo! A long wolf's howl suddenly came from not far away. Snow Wolf? Ito thought to himself as he stopped and looked in the direction of the howl. Just as Ito was wondering if there were any snow wolves there, a white line suddenly appeared from the far end of the snowy ground and rushed towards Ito's location. A pack of wolves. This number, how is it possible? Ito squinted his eyes and looked at the white line in surprise. It turned out that the white line that was rushing toward him was made up of hundreds of snow wolves. They bared their fangs as they ran at high speed under the lead of a snow wolf that was obviously twice the size of the other snow wolves. However, under normal circumstances, in such a harsh environment where there was almost no food to be found, a pack of snow wolves should only consist of a few wolves. Only a few large packs would have around 10 wolves, but at the most, there would be no more than 20 wolves. For over 100 wolves to appear at one time, according to common sense, it was simply impossible. What kind of food could support such a pack of snow wolves? Forget it. Who cares why there are so many snow wolves here? It has nothing to do with me anyway, so it's better to avoid them. Ito immediately changed his direction and used his Qin Gong to dodge to the side at high speed as he thought to himself. However, what made Ito speechless was that the pack of snow wolves also changed direction when he changed direction and continued to chase after him. Damn, is this pack of snow wolves coming for me? Ito thought with some doubt. In order to confirm his conjecture, Ito changed direction several times to test the reaction of the pack of snow wolves. The result was that the pack of snow wolves was indeed coming for him. After obtaining this result, Ito frowned and slowly stopped in his tracks. He turned around to face the pack of snow wolves and waited. He wanted to see what the situation was with this pack of snow wolves. After a moment, the pack of snow wolves finally arrived in front of Ito under the lead of the alpha wolf and surrounded him. At this time, Ito suddenly felt a thought descend on the alpha wolf and take over its body. Hello, outsider. Immediately after, an extremely strange English voice sounded from the alpha wolf's mouth. Its eyes were flickering with a strange green light. Who are you? Ito asked in a deep voice. I am Angela Hagglebelly, God King Odin's Earth Patrol, Guard and Warrior. The person called Angela Hagglebelly, who possessed the Alpha Wolf, said. The Norse Earth Guardian? Ito asked doubtfully as he thought of something through the name of the god King Odin. Yes and no, Angela answered ambiguously. All right, it has nothing to do with me whether you are the Earth Guardian or not. But what do you mean by this? Ito asked unhappily as he pointed at the pack of snow wolves that surrounded him. That's because the place I'm guarding is in front of you. It's a forbidden zone for outsiders. That's why I've sent my god's representative to stop you here in order to get rid of some unnecessary trouble. Please forgive me if I've been rude, Angela explained. That place. Ito turned his head to look at the place that Angela called a forbidden area and frowned as he muttered to himself. At the same time, he recalled the contents of Norse mythology in his mind, trying to find any clues that might be related to this place. Could that be the legendary entrance to the tomb of the gods, or the burial ground of the frost giants? Ito guessed in his mind as he quickly thought of something with his highly calculated brain. I understand. I will leave this place immediately. Ito, who didn't want to get into trouble for the time being, retracted his gaze and said to Angela, who had possessed the alpha wolf, "Thank you for your understanding." Angela thanked him sincerely. May the wind of blessings accompany you forever. As soon as Angela finished speaking, a strange breeze that gave people warmth and healing power suddenly blew from the horizon and disappeared into the void after it brushed past Ito's body. Chapter 786. Under the influence of the wind of blessings, Ito's injuries, which were almost fully healed by his own healing, immediately recovered to their original state. After the healing, he was blessed with a buff that made him lighter and had the positive effect of keeping him warm. Thank you. Ito, who sensed the changes in his body, thanked sincerely. At the same time, he maintained his vigilance against the methods of this Angela whom he had never met before. After all, not only could she use similar spells without appearing in person, but she could also use blessing spells that were obviously only used by priests. Regardless of whether it was because of her inheritance or other reasons, it meant that Angela was not a simple person. Angela, who possessed the alpha wolf, did not say anything. She only revealed a very strange smile on her wolf face. May I know which direction can I go to leave this place? Ito, who felt very strange about Angela's wolfish smile, pretended to be looking for directions and asked, "Walk straight towards the southwest. There's a port about 100 kilometers away. You can take a boat from there and return to the land that is still covered by the light of goddess Sif." Angela turned her wolf head and looked to the left of Ito. Sif, the wife of Odin's eldest son, Thor in Norse mythology. She is in charge of the land and harvests. Does this mean that the land is still in the warmth of spring? Ito, who followed the wolf head's line of sight, thought to himself, but this Angela is really something. She keeps mentioning the name of a goddess. It takes me a lot of effort to understand what she is saying. She is really sour. I understand. I will take my leave now. Ito, who retracted his gaze and looked at the alpha wolf again, nodded. Have a safe journey. Angela wished him well. Thank you. Ito nodded. He used his Qigong again and sped towards the southwest at an even faster speed than before. The eyes of the alpha wolf, who watched Ito leave, flashed slightly. The flashing green light immediately disappeared from the wolf's eyes. Then, the alpha wolf that had regained control of its body howled loudly and led its pack of snow wolves back to the forbidden area that Angela had mentioned earlier. Ito stopped and turned to look at the wolves when he heard the howling of the wolves. He thought to himself, "Forbidden area? Maybe I can go there after dealing with the Dark Moon organization." Then he retracted his gaze and once again used his Qigong to travel into the distance. Perhaps it was because of the wind of blessing. Ito didn't encounter any accidents along the way. He stepped into a town of Inuit and Danes without a hitch. My superpower will fully recover in another 10 minutes. I don't have to think about how to get on a plane and fly to Denmark anymore. Ito thought to himself as he walked slowly into a restaurant. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Just as Ito sat down at the table by the window, a waitress walked up to him and asked, "Give me a glass of whiskey and a sandwich. Thank you." Say Ito, who didn't have much desire for the foreign food that was comparable to the food of the Dark Moon, ordered. "Okay," the waitress replied. She turned around and returned to the counter. First, she informed the chef of Sei Ito's sandwich. Then, she poured a glass of whiskey for Sei Ito. After a while, the waitress returned to Sei Ito's side with a tray with a sandwich and a glass of whiskey on it. She then placed the items on the tray on the table in front of Sei Ito. "Thank you." Sei Ito thanked her. "Wait until my superpower recovers. I don't believe that Bartlett, who doesn't have teleportation, the flying thunder god, and his skills are related to metal, can reach the headquarters before me." Sei Ito said in his mind as he put the sandwich into his mouth and looked at the pedestrians on the street outside the window. "When the time comes, I can easily take down Bartlett, who doesn't have the buff of the formation." After thinking about it, Ito-sei put his thoughts aside for the time being. While silently enjoying the whiskey and sandwiches, he quietly waited for the recovery of his abilities. After 20 minutes, Sei Ito's body finally got rid of the corrosion of the chaotic space force and returned to its original state. Seeing this, Ito-sei no longer hesitated. He got up and finished his meal. Then, he walked out of the small restaurant and came to the alley next to the restaurant. He activated the Flying Thunder God spell and appeared on the private island where the headquarters of the Dark Moon organization was located. Then, he used the transformation spell to transform into Bartlett and walk step by step toward the headquarters of the Dark Moon. Stop! Just as Sei Ito stepped into the headquarters of the Dark Moon, several yells sounded at Sei Ito. "Bastard, take a good look at who I am." Sei Ito, who had transformed into Bartlett, frowned and yelled, "I'm sorry, Master Bartlett. In order to confirm that you are the real Master Bartlett, please show us your token." Several men who looked like waiters walked out from various hidden spots and looked at Sei Ito respectfully. Sei Ito immediately frowned when he heard this. He knew that the real Bartlett immediately contacted his subordinates and gave them the latest order to deal with his transformation. When Sei Ito frowned, the waiters immediately tensed up and quietly got into a defensive stance to prevent the attack of this Bartlett, who they didn't know was the real Bartlett. Sei Ito, who saw their actions from the corner of his eyes, knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately released his mental strength that hadn't fully recovered and shrouded them with it to hypnotize them. Pa 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 pa. In an instant, the sound of items shattering sounded from the waiters. Under the influence of these sounds, the waiters who had just fallen into a daze trembled and woke up from the hypnosis state. "Do it!" Then, one of the waiters who still had a lingering fear on his face ordered his companions loudly and waved his hand to summon several wind blades towards Saito. After receiving the warning from the waiters, the other waiters also used fire, water, ice, and lightning to attack Saito. As expected at the headquarters of the Dark Moon, even an ordinary member has a mental defense item. How rich! Saito thought to himself as he summoned a hurricane barrier to block all the attacks. Then his figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind the waiters who gave the order to attack first. He slashed his palm, filled with wind energy, towards the waiter's neck. PFFF. In an instant, there was a muffled sound. The head of the attendant, who still had a stunned expression on his face, suddenly flew off from his body. Under the impact of the high-speed spray of blood, the head flipped over and fell to the ground at the side. Sei Ito didn't stop after taking care of one of the waiters. His body suddenly turned illusory like a mirage. Several Sei Ito's figures suddenly split from the spot and charged towards the waiters. Earth release, heart-chopping hand technique. Just when one of the waiters was fighting with Sei Ito, an arm suddenly broke out of the ground, grabbed the ankle of the waiter, and pulled him into the ground. Then, the waiter was killed on the spot by his opponent's Sei Ito clone. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. At this time, another Sei Ito threw out a dark kunai, then made a seal with both hands to launch a ninjutsu. In the next moment, the kunai that flew out immediately multiplied from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, and from 8 to 16, as if it were cell splitting. It continued to shoot towards the servant who used the lightning attribute ability. Lightning net! The waiters roared when they saw this. They quickly opened their arms and weaved a large net completely composed of lightning in front of them, intercepting the kunai that flew in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. Under the stimulation of the lightning net, except for the real kunai, all the other kunai exploded, forming a pale, white energy smoke that blocked the waiter's vision. In the next moment, two shadows rushed out of the energy smoke and rushed towards the waiters from the left and right sides. Puff! Although the reaction speed of the servant who used the lightning ability was much faster than the average person, but under the attack of the two shadow clones of Ito, who were much stronger than him, he was still stabbed in the heart by one of the shadow clones and died. The moment the waiters died, the remaining two waiters were also killed on the spot under the siege of several shadow clones. Except for the one named Lisa, kill anyone who dares to resist, Ito ordered coldly as he threw several antimatter grenades to the shadow clones. The shadow clones that reached out to catch the antimatter grenades nodded together. Then each used the body flicker technique to leave the place and attack the headquarters of the Dark Moon organization. Very quickly, the sounds of intense battle rang out on this quiet island. At this time, Ito, who was left alone outside, flashed and instantly appeared directly above the outside of the headquarters of the Dark Moon organization. He looked down at the battles below. If he found that a shadow clone was in a disadvantageous situation, he would launch a wind blade or a taser to block the opponent's attack and provide support to the shadow clone. In this way, under the strong attack of Ito's shadow clones, it took less than 20 minutes for more than 80% of the combatants in the headquarters of the Dark Moon organization to die. The remaining combatants on the second floor guarded several researchers in the headquarters and retreated to the safety passage below the headquarters. They retreated while fighting. Then Ito, who rushed to the front line of the battle, frowned when he saw this. He waved his hand, grabbed a slender javelin composed of lightning energy, and threw it into the escape passage where those people were. Chapter 787. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. However, the expected effect did not appear. When a lightning javelin was halfway through, it was as if it was bitten by countless invisible mouths. The lightning javelin rapidly shrank and weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye until finally, it suddenly exploded into a mass of chaotic lightning energy, wreaking havoc in the small space in front of the escape exit. It's actually an energy disruption force field. No wonder the Shadow Clone's attacks here were hindered, and they even became unstable. After buying a set of energy disruption force field from the Alchemist Association, Nina, Lakshata, and Celine tested and studied it. Ito, who had seen the actual effect of the energy disruption force field, immediately discovered the reason why the lightning javelin dissipated. He then came to a realization and said in his mind, "Use the antimatter grenade to destroy this place. Then go outside and search the entire building to see if there is anything noteworthy," Ito said after figuring out the cause of the problem. "Okay." One of the several Kage members present nodded and agreed. Then, the Shadow Clones first looked at each other, then nodded in unison. After leaving two Shadow Clones to use the antimatter grenade to destroy the energy disruption force field and the energy barrier in front of the escape exit, the others immediately activated Body Flicker and rushed out of the energy disruption force field. The moment the other Shadow Clones rushed out, the two Shadow Clones opened the antimatter grenade in their hands at the same time and threw it into the energy disruption force field. BZE! In an instant, only a soft sound was heard, and a mass of pitch-black matter fiercely spread out with the two antimatter grenades as the center. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire energy disruption force field and began to annihilate and destroy the entire energy disruption force field. However, the energy disruption force field was indeed a tool made specifically to disrupt the operation of energy. Even the antimatter grenade, which was the result of scientific research, was slightly weakened under the effect of the energy disruption force field. As a result, the antimatter grenade, which should have had a larger range of effect and more obvious effects, did not leave a regular circular concave section in the same place as before after the explosion. Instead, it left an irregular concave area that looked like a dog had gnawed on it. Fortunately, the energy disruption force field only made the energy of the antimatter grenade unstable, but it did not erase the destructive effect of the antimatter grenade. Therefore, after the explosion ended, the annoying energy disruption force field had completely disappeared under the effect of the antimatter grenade. What a long tunnel, Saito thought to himself as he reappeared in front of the escape tunnel after the explosion ended. With a tap of his foot, his body was like a weightless ghost as he quickly rushed into the tunnel. Although this tunnel was a straight path to the end, when it was designed, it was not designed in order to block the possible enemies behind him. Alloy steel walls about 20 centimeters thick would be placed at regular intervals to block the path of the pursuers. So at this time, Itsunari, who was chasing after them, was blocked by such an alloy steel wall. However, this kind of steel wall could only block ordinary people or people with special abilities. For Saito, it would only cause some trouble, but it wouldn't affect him much. Therefore, it didn't take him long to break a big hole in the steel alloy wall in front of him and continue to chase down. After breaking the wall and chasing for more than 2 minutes, Saito finally came to an empty warehouse with an area of 200 or 300 square meters and a height of 5 or 6 meters. In the middle of the room, there was a huge rectangular sink similar to a swimming pool. It was filled with an empty warehouse that still exuded a faint smell of the sea. Could it be a submarine? Standing on the shore, Saito squatted down, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed the ground to launch the contact sensing ability to track the information. Sure enough, soon, the information obtained from the residual information from the ground confirmed Saito's conjecture. Immediately, Ito-sei didn't hesitate. He jumped into the sea like a fish and launched the rules that he comprehended when he swallowed the world, so that the ninjutsu of water release, earth release, and wood release returned to the origin, one of the 5 elements of Taoism: water release and earth release and wood release. He chased into the distance. At this time, Saito, who jumped into the water, dispersed and disappeared from the sea in an instant. The speed of the 5 elements release jutsu was so fast that it took Saito only a few seconds to catch up with a nuclear-powered submarine that had just left the underground of the Dark Moon Organization headquarters. Looking at this shape, it is obviously a nuclear submarine used by the Frankfurt military in active service. It seems that this Dark Moon Organization's influence on the government level is not weak. After reassembling, Saito, who stood on the outer wall of the submarine, looked at the submarine and thought. Then his figure disappeared again, and he instantly disappeared from the outer wall of the submarine and appeared in the corridor inside the submarine. Then, while using his mental power to explore the internal situation of the entire ship, he walked along the path found in the exploration to the members of the Dark Moon Organization who were temporarily placed in the middle rest cabin of the submarine. A few minutes later, Saito, who almost didn't encounter any people along the way, smoothly came to the rest cabin where the members of the Dark Moon Organization were located. Saito, who arrived in the rest cabin, didn't talk nonsense. He directly burst out with his highest speed, making his body split like phantoms. He rushed to the unprepared members of the Dark Moon Organization, knocked them out one by one, and kept them in the magic cube world. He threw them into the biological laboratory, according to their category, as human specimens and temporarily detained for interrogation. Then, Saito, who captured everyone, didn't stay any longer. He launched the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the interior of the ship and return to the headquarters building of the Dark Moon Organization. "Have you finished searching?" Saito asked the shadow clone beside him. "Yes." The shadow clone nodded and replied. Saito, who got the answer, immediately canceled the multiple shadow clone technique, closed his eyes, and absorbed the memory of the shadow clone. Oomph. After a short while, Sei Ito, who had finished browsing the memories sent back by the shadow clone, snorted coldly with an unhappy face and opened his closed eyes again. It turned out that Sei Ito learned from the memory just now that not only did he not find the female secretary, Lisa, in the entire headquarters, but there was also no trace of her. Not even a single important document was left behind. In the room that seemed to have some kind of research purpose, there were very clear traces of movement. It was obvious that after Bartlett contacted the headquarters, he immediately ordered Lisa to take the important documents, research materials, and some important researchers and leave the headquarters to settle down in the new stronghold. As for the waiters and the researchers that were captured by Sei Ito, they were obviously abandoned pawns left behind by Bartlett to annoy Sei Ito and to manage the headquarters building if he didn't attack the headquarters. Therefore, it was no wonder that Sei Ito was unhappy. But this headquarters itself isn't useless. At least Bartlett can't take away the base. I can study it properly. Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Zichin sighed. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself in the headquarters that had a lot of traces of battle and destruction. Then, he strode towards the office where he met Bartlett. After a minute, Sei Ito, who had entered the office again, carefully examined the layout of the room. He noticed that a portion of the books on the bookshelves had disappeared. The entire room still looked the same as when Sei Ito saw it. There were no changes at all. It's fine if it stays the same. Sei Ito muttered to himself softly. Then he closed his eyes and spread out his spirit, scanning the walls, floor, and all kinds of things in the office. Pentagram, circle formation, runes. Is this where the secret of the base lies? After a while, he summarized all the information he had scanned in his mind. Sei Ito, who had returned to his original state, murmured to himself. But if that's all, it doesn't seem to be as powerful as when Bartlett used it. Does this mean that there are secrets in this room that I don't know about? Sei Ito frowned and muttered to himself. Sei Ito searched carefully for a while, but he didn't find anything valuable. Then, Sei Ito, who felt a little annoyed, retracted his spirit and slowly walked to Bartlett's seat. He then threw a researcher from the Dark Moon organization that he had captured earlier on the ground. Ouch! The researcher who fell on his but subconsciously cried out in pain. From now on, I'll ask and you'll answer. Don't try to hide anything from me. Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it feels like to live a life worse than death. Sei Ito, who was still annoyed, looked coldly at the researcher on the ground and said, Yes, yes. Hearing the voice, the researcher who recovered from the pain immediately looked at Ito Sei with a horrified expression, and he hurriedly agreed. Do you know where Bartlett is now? Sei Ito asked. I don't know. The researcher shook his head. Although Sei Ito didn't have much hope of learning Bartlett's whereabouts from this researcher, he still couldn't help but frown after hearing the researcher's answer. He paused for a second before continuing to ask, You look like a researcher. What did you research before? Ancient literature translation and ancient legends research, as well as ancient text translation research. The researcher, who was very clear about his previous work, answered without hesitation. What research results did you have? Sei Ito, who was interested in the researcher's research, asked curiously. I'm not too sure. I'm just a low-level researcher in the research lab. I'm an assistant and logistical support for the professors. I don't have access to any confidential information at all. The researcher shook his head. When Sei Ito looked disappointed, he continued, But I happened to overhear a conversation between Professor Thompson and someone. Oh yeah, Professor Thompson is one of the leaders of the literature translation team. The researcher didn't know if he wanted to emphasize the importance of his words or if he simply wanted to introduce Professor Thompson to Sei Ito. I remember Professor Thompson said, According to the available information, we can basically confirm that the tomb of some god is somewhere in Alkiria. The researcher said with a look of trying to recall. What god, what place? Sei Ito looked at the researcher with dissatisfaction. At that time, Professor Thompson used a strange language to say the name of the god and the tomb, so I don't know where it is, the researcher said anxiously when he saw Sei Ito's dissatisfaction. Among the people who escaped with you, was there anyone who was responsible for a specific project? Say Ito frowned and memorized the name of Alkiria in his mind. He then asked the researcher again. No, the people who were left behind this time were all like me. They were all responsible for doing odd jobs for the professors. The researcher shook his head and said. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he quickly continued, Oh, by the way, but one of us is appreciated by the professor in his group. He often has access to some more advanced information. Who is that person? What does he look like? Seito quickly asked. His name is Babetto Marisol. He's about the same height as me, but he's slimmer. He has blonde hair, looks like he's in his 30s, and he has a small mustache around his mouth, the researcher said. After listening to the researcher's description, Seito quickly found his target among the group of prisoners and threw him next to the researcher. Babetto. The researcher was shocked when he saw Babetto suddenly appear next to him. He subconsciously called out in shock, Goss. When Babetto heard someone call his name, he immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He also subconsciously called out. However, before Babetto could ask Goss anything, Goss' figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. It was as if the Goss he just saw was an illusion. Babetto Marisol, Seito called out. When Babetto heard someone call him again, he subconsciously looked to the side. Then his expression changed. With a face full of fear and panic, he moved his body backward, tried to escape from Seito's sight. Answer my question properly, and I won't kill you. Seito looked at Babetto and said calmly. You, what do you want to ask? Originally, Babetto wanted to talk like a normal person, but after he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that Ito-sei was not an ordinary person, but a guy who might kill him at any time. Therefore, he quickly changed the way he addressed Ito-sei and said carefully in an honorific tone. Seito's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as he stared straight into Babetto's eyes and asked calmly, I heard from Goss that you have access to some important research documents. Is that true? Chapter 788 F asterisk CK. You son of a B asterisk TCH Goss, I'm not done with you. Babetto cursed in his heart when he finally knew why Seito had summoned him. However, there was no change in his expression as he replied carefully, Sir, please don't listen to Goss nonsense. He's lying to you. During the research, I was just like Goss and the others. I only came into contact with general information and did not come into contact with any important parts. Really? Babetto, you have to know that if I find out that you're lying to me, I'll immediately cut off your limbs and smear honey on your wounds before throwing you into the forest. I don't think you'd want to experience that feeling, Seito said softly as he crossed his fingers and placed them on the table. Although Seito spoke softly, Babetto didn't feel the slightest bit of relief when he heard the content of his words. His entire body trembled as he looked at Seito with a terrified expression. He was afraid that Seito would immediately do something to him. I'm very sorry, sir. I lied to you just now. Please forgive me. Babetto hurriedly and sincerely apologized in a panicked tone. All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll let you off this time. However, if you try to deceive me again, I won't let you off so easily. Seito narrowed his eyes as he said in a cold voice that was as sharp as a knife. Yes, sir. I promise. Babetto raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead as he repeatedly promised. What was the most recent important document you came into contact with? Seito asked again when he saw that the pressure on Babetto was enough. It's about the other documents before and after the disappearance of the Akama tribe. Babetto, who didn't want to experience the pain that Seito was talking about, replied very honestly. Akama tribe? Seito frowned and repeated softly. It's a tribe that was mentioned in ancient African mythology. However, due to unknown reasons, they gradually disappeared in the river of history. Babetto hurriedly explained when he saw that Seito didn't know much about the Akama tribe. Oh, Ito-sei replied softly with a look of realization. At the same time, he thought to himself, I thought it was the Akama tribe of the Broken in World of Warcraft. Continue. Ito continued. Professor Slop found a strange description from that ancient document. It said that it's related to some god. It's just that the name is too long, so I can't remember it. But I can be sure that the god is not any of the names of the supreme gods mentioned in ancient African myths, Babetto said with a face full of conviction. Then Professor Slop went to find the other person in charge of the document collation team, Professor Thompson. As for what happened after that, because it might involve higher-level secrets, I can't know about it, Babetto continued. Is that so? Ito frowned and said. Yes, Babetto didn't care if Ito was asking him or not, as he immediately answered. Then, when you met Professor Slope later, did you ever hear of Algeria? Or any other strange geographical names? Ito continued to ask. No, Babetto shook his head and said. Then he changed the topic and continued. But after the document research was upgraded, I was ordered by Professor Slop to collate a map of Africa. I saw a lot of places that were circled by Professor Slop with red lines. Show me. Ito was shocked when he heard this and immediately got up from his seat. He walked around the desk to the world map and said. Babetto, who had received instructions, did not object. He quickly walked to Ito's side. He frowned as he recalled what he saw. He reached out his hand and pointed at the deserts in Africa, especially the coastal areas of Argelia on the world map. Very good. Ito Say, who had memorized the places pointed out by Babetto, nodded and said, Oh yeah, in the group of people that I caught. How many people are there? How many people are responsible for the research of the contractual runes? Then, Ito Say turned to look at Babetto and asked, Two of them. One of them is called Jessie Palka, a young woman with freckles on her face. The other one is called Sunderland Lester, a man with a dull expression. Just like Goss, Babetto betrayed his companion without hesitation. Tell me more about the others. Ito nodded and asked again. Our group of people are basically low-level helpers. Among them, me, Gosh, and a few other people are from the document collation team. Only Jesse and Sunderland are from the text research team. There's another person called Monroe George from the mythology research team. That's the basic situation. Babetto recalled the people who escaped with him on the submarine and said. Ito nodded imperceptibly. He then used his mind to send the cautious Babetto back to the Rubik's Cube world and summoned the two ancient text researchers named Jesse and Sunderland. Seeing Ito suddenly appear beside them, Jesse and Sunderland both subconsciously stepped back. Sunderland, who was not very agile, even sat on the ground. Do you all recognize these words? Ito didn't care about Jesse and Sunderland's reaction. He directly reached out his hand and wrote the words on the ground that he memorized when he used his mental power to explore the room. I recognized some of them. The freckled woman named Jessie nodded and said softly, Translate the parts that you recognize. Ito raised his eyebrows and asked Jessie. Oh, Jessie answered softly and walked to the words on the ground. She squatted down and pointed at a few of the words and said, Sky, Earth, Air. This is my territory. I don't recognize the rest. Jessie, who finished reading the parts that she knew, stood up from the ground and looked at Ito and said, The content of the formation is a pentagram. In other words, there should be 5 elements that make up the formation. 3 of them are sky, earth, and air. In addition, this is my territory. This should be a general sentence. It should be related to the circle formation that wraps the entire formation. However, the other parts of the words can't be interpreted, so it's not easy to remake this process. Also, what is the symbol of this territory declaration? I didn't find it in the room. It seems that I need to continue to study it if I want to unravel the layout of this formation for my own use. Ito thought to himself as he combined the content that Jesse read and the knowledge that he knew in his heart. If I want to understand the meaning of these words, is there any way? Ito, who recovered from his thoughts, looked at Jesse and asked, You need references and documents. Best of all, you also need someone who knows how to use ancient characters, Jesse replied. I see, Ito said softly. He used his mind to send Jesse, who was able to deal with it, and Sunderland, who had been in a daze, back to the Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito launched instant transmission and appeared above the Dark Moon's headquarters building. He opened the Rubik's Cube world and devoured the Dark Moon's headquarters building. Under the devouring of the Rubik's Cube, a huge pit quickly appeared on ground. Then, a large amount of seawater poured up and filled the deep pit in the blink of an eye, turning this place into an artificial saltwater lake. Argilia, I don't know if that's where the temple that Bartlett wants to open is. Sei Ito, who left the island with the flying thunder god technique, said lightly and dissipated in the air of the island with the wind. Sei Ito, who returned to Belgium, did not delay and began to arrange the black sphere system in the entire city of Bruges. After the arrangement was completed, he went to other cities to continue to control the gangs, to help throw positioning tactics and set up the black sphere system. In this busy way, another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Sei Ito not only completed the arrangement of the black sphere system in Belgium, but he also took the time to complete the transaction with the 6 major countries and earned the dollars he urgently needed. He immediately spent 2/3 of the money to buy the refining formula of the attributeless Advanced Energy Crystal from the Alchemist Association in Germany and the Advanced Energy Infusion Technology for the Energy Crystal. He handed it to everyone in the Rubik's Cube world for research. It was just that during the delivery process, Nina, who received the finished product of the Energy Crystal, made Sei Ito speechless for a long time. Is this the Energy Crystal? I seem to know how to refine this thing. Nina, who was holding the finished product of the Energy Crystal, said with a surprised look. Really? Sei Ito, who still didn't believe it at that time, quickly asked, Wait, I'll go get the one I refined. See if it's the same. Nina, who wasn't too sure if the thing she refined was the Energy Crystal, called out and quickly ran back to her experiment. She took out a crystal that was no different from the one Sei Ito gave her except for the color and size. After that, she returned to the crowd and handed it to Sei Ito and said, Look, is this it? Sei Ito used the verification method mentioned in the Energy Crystal refining technique to test it. He found that except for the purity, usage rate, and some other data that were not as good as the Energy Crystal purchase from the Alchemist Association, the thing Nina gave him was an energy crystal. Sei Ito looked at Nina with a bitter expression. After a long while, when Nina hid behind the others, he said faintly, My money, you guys go ahead, I'll take care of other things. Then, Sei Ito, who didn't want to be speechless in the big laboratory, said perfunctorily to the others and returned to the main world. He continued to set up the black sphere system overnight to relieve the depression in his heart. Chapter 789. Ding Ling Ling. That night, Ito Sei, who was in the middle of meditating, was awakened by the sudden ringing of his phone. Unknown call. Is it Bartlett again? Sei Ito held the phone in his hand and looked down at the screen with disdain. Hello. Then, he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Sei Ito, it's me, your old friend, Bartlett. Bartlett's familiar voice sounded from the phone. He used a familiar tone as if the battle between the two of them at the Dark Moon headquarters 3 days ago didn't happen at all. What's the matter? Sei Ito, who didn't have a good impression of Bartlett, didn't want to waste time with him, and directly asked in a cold voice, Your mother, 2 sisters, and your girlfriend are guests at my place. Aren't you going to come over? Bartlett didn't care about Sei Ito's tone at all, and still spoke in a tone as if they were good friends. You really can't leave me alone. Sei Ito, who understood what Bartlett meant, showed a mocking expression and said in a sarcastic tone, We're good friends, aren't we? Bartlett laughed. Tell me, where are you? Even though Ito Sei knew that Bartlett had captured his clone back at home, he was still prepared to fight Bartlett's false Aunt Snake and gain some benefits from Bartlett. Therefore, he decided to act as if his family member had really been captured and asked in a deep voice as if he was suppressing his extreme anger. It's not far from you. It's in the XX suburban farm in Belgium. You can find me when you get there. Bartlett laughed softly. Looks like you have a good grasp of my location. Sei Ito squinted his eyes and said, That's the benefit of the technological age, isn't it? Bartlett laughed in a non-committal manner. I see. Ito-say replied in an indifferent tone, and then he cut off the call. It's really easy to locate me in the age of technology, but that's because I don't care. Now, can you still find me? Ito, who threw the phone into the Rubik's Cube world, sneered. England, huh? It just so happens that it's the next country that's going to set up the Black Sphere system. It's along the way. Then, say Ito squinted his eyes and looked at the wall of the room. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he muttered to himself. He then activated instant transmission and left the room, heading towards England at high speed. Belgium and England were neighbors, so the distance between the two was not far. Therefore, with Seito's movement speed, it did not take much time. Thus, he left Belgium and officially stepped into England. Seito didn't go to the farm that Bartlett mentioned on the phone. Instead, he went straight to the local gang and took control of the gang leader. He ordered his subordinates to throw thin iron plates with a flying thunder god technique to Seito all over the city. Then he set off again. He rushed towards the farm that Bartlett was at. After a short while, Seito's figure officially appeared in the sky above the farm that Bartlett mentioned. It looks like a very ordinary farm. Does that mean they're underground? Seito muttered to himself as he looked down at the farm from above. Then, with a soft pop sound, another Seito dressed exactly like him appeared from the rapidly disappearing white energy smoke. He hovered next to the real Seito. Be careful, Seito told the shadow clone. Don't worry. The shadow doppelganger chuckled and quickly landed on the ground. With a few twists and turns, it disappeared from the farm that was shrouded in the night. Using wood release to contact the wood clone, he found out from the wood clone that he had entered the tunnel. The shadow clone flashed into the farm's warehouse and found a wooden plank that was blocking the entrance from behind a pile of wheat. He then lowered his body and jumped into the pitch-black tunnel that was shaped like a well. The tunnel wasn't long. It was less than 3 meters long. With his falling speed, it took less than a second for him to land on the ground again. Then, a straight rock tunnel appeared in front of the shadow clone. Other than the part that was slightly dark, the rest of the tunnel was lit up. Eerie. It feels like an underground castle from the Middle Ages. Seito thought to himself as his feet were as light as a cat's. He didn't make any sound as he moved forward. Seito didn't know if it was because this place was built in such a secretive manner that ordinary people couldn't find it, or maybe it was because of some other reason, but he didn't find any traces of defense in the tunnel. It was as if this rock tunnel was just a tunnel for people to use. It was very strange. This is convenient. I don't have to worry about triggering any alarms. Seito relaxed slightly after taking in the situation. Seito increased his speed and rushed to the end of the tunnel. A few minutes later, as the tunnel ended, a spiral staircase appeared before the shadow clone's eyes. Seito frowned slightly when he saw this, but he still stepped onto the staircase without hesitation and went down step by step. But at this moment, the shadow clone finally triggered the first trap. Along with a kacha sound, a dozen pitch-black sharp arrows without a trace of glint shot towards the shadow doppelganger's body at lightning speed. The shadow clone didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly tapped his feet and turned into a black shadow as he rushed down the staircase. But he didn't know if this trap was triggered at the same time. On the path behind him, there were all kinds of sharp metal nets, double-edged axes, huge steel hammers, rectangular spears that covered the entire staircase, and a rain of needles that continuously shot at the shadow clone. And the worst thing was that he didn't know what these metals were made of. Each of them had attributes that countered special abilities. They could easily penetrate the shadow clone's defense and continue to shoot at him. So after a while, the shadow clone was finally pierced by dozens of needles when he wasn't paying attention. He exploded into a cloud of energy smoke and disappeared from the tunnel. I didn't expect you to be so fast. You actually arrived here in such a short time. I'm now curious about how you appeared. The moment the shadow clone exploded, Bartlett's voice rang in the air above the farm. And that method of creating a shadow clone, it's really amazing. Humph. Knowing that he was discovered, Say Ito didn't hide anymore. He snorted coldly as a response. Then, he raised both of his hands to the sky and used psychokinesis to control the surrounding wind to spin at high speed above his hands. It was like an artificial sun emitting intense light. Chapter 790. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. In the depths of the farm, in a room that looked like a dining hall in a medieval European castle, Bartlett, who was sitting at the main seat of the long dining table and looking at the LCD screen on the wall, finally had a change in his fake smile. His tone was full of surprise as he said, "Say, Ito, what are you doing? Do you want to kill your family with your own hands?" Bartlett's words came out of the loudspeaker and into the ears of Ito's Say, who was compressing the wind and forming an ion ball. Oomph. However, Seito still ignored Bartlett's words. He snorted coldly and continued to carefully control the ion ball that was emitting a destructive aura. How cruel! You're actually willing to sacrifice your family rather than hand over that component to us? Bartlett continued. He was trying to break Seito's mental defenses with his words and leave behind an inner demon that would affect him for the rest of his life. You talk too much. Go to hell. After a moment of silence, Ito Sei, who finally completed the production of the ionization ball, dropped his hands and said coldly as he threw the ionization ball to the ground. The moment the ion ball left his hand, Sei Ito immediately leaped into the air and rose a distance into the sky, preparing to avoid the expanding explosion range of the ion ball after it left the air. In a flash, a boom was heard. A loud noise suddenly sounded. The small ion ball rapidly expanded and exploded. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire farm and formed a magnetic white cloud that was flashing with dazzling electric light, releasing a large amount of light and heat. It lit up the sky around the farm. Abandon this place immediately. Let's go. At the same time, in the underground base, Bartlett, who had a completely gloomy expression, crushed the crystal goblet in his hand. He stood up from his seat and ordered his secretary, Lisa, who had been following beside him the whole time. Yes, Lisa received the order and immediately began to convey Bartlett's order to retreat to the entire base. Kill them, Bartlett ordered as he turned around and walked towards the door. Yes. At the other end of the long dining table, several men who were standing beside Eriko, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Yi responded in unison. However, just as they were about to attack, Eriko, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Yi looked at each other and blinked away from their seats, appearing beside the defenseless Bartlett. They formed a triangle and attacked Bartlett's body. "My lord, be careful." Lisa, who had just passed on the order, raised her head and looked at Bartlett. Her expression immediately changed as she shouted anxiously. However, his voice was a step too late. Eriko, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Yi's attacks had already landed on Bartlett's chest, back, waist, kidney, and neck. Still, the expressions of Bartlett's subordinates in the room changed drastically. Just as they thought Bartlett was about to be killed, Bartlett's expression didn't change. He shouted in a low voice. Instantly, the surface of Bartlett's body turned into a metallic color at a visible speed. He stood there like a puppet made of metal. Bam! At this moment, the muffled sound of Eriko and the other three's attacks finally came from Bartlett's body. Although he used a special method to block the attacks of the forward clones, he didn't completely negate the power of the attacks. Thus, a huge pain and red blood still flowed out of Bartlett's metallic body. "You deserve to die," Bartlett said in a low and sinister voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Bartlett's body became like a hedgehog. Countless thin and long steel needles shot out of his body and pierced towards the forward clones. However, the awareness of the forward clones wasn't weak either. When they heard Bartlett's words, they had a bad feeling. They leaped away from Bartlett and dodged the slender steel spikes that were about to come out of nowhere. "Do you think you can dodge like this?" Bartlett sneered when he saw this. The thin needles on his body immediately shot towards the four wood clones like arrows. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, the sound of hard arrows hitting wood could be heard. A large number of steel needles pierced into the four wood clones everywhere except for the vital parts of their bodies. They looked like hedgehogs. Then, the metal needles that were nailed to the wooden clones suddenly changed. They became soft like a melted soft paper and stuck to the four wooden clones like a sticky liquid. They quickly connected with the surrounding metal sticky liquid and formed a thin metallic film that stuck to the four wooden clones. Seeing the changes on their bodies and feeling the binding effect of the metal sticky liquid, the four wood clones looked at each other and raised their hands to form several wood hand seals. In an instant, the four wood avatars transformed into four rapidly growing verdant trees. They used the power of growth to break through the restriction of the metal film while using their branches to wrap around Bartlett's body. They were prepared to kill Bartlett like how the giant man did to Bartlett. So that's how it is. No wonder, say, Ito dares to attack this place without hesitation. You guys aren't his relatives at all. You're just puppets that he created through some unknown means. Seeing the changes in the four, Bartlett, who had never used the eye of truth to check their identities, finally understood why, say, Ito dared to do what he did before. He squinted his eyes and said calmly. Bartlett flipped his hands after understanding the reason. Two thin swords similar to Chinese swords, but with a more European style, appeared in Bartlett's hands. They looked like the swords used by the elves in the legends. He swung the swords in a circle and slashed at the surrounding branches that were whipping at him. Although the thin swords were thin and looked like they couldn't be used, their sharpness was extremely exaggerated. After the wind from the swords swept past, the branches that were whipping at him all broke into pieces and fell to the ground. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Bartlett frowned at his dazed subordinates as he swung his two swords to chop off the roots. Yes. After this shout, everyone who had recovered from the shock immediately channeled the energy in their bodies and attacked the immobile wood clone that had turned into four large trees with their weapons or fire and water. Boom, kacha, crackle. Under everyone's attacks, the four trees immediately exploded, turning into countless wood fragments that fell to the ground. Let's go. Bartlett looked at the four dead trees again and dismissed the two swords in his hands. He turned around and continued to walk out as he spoke calmly. Hearing Bartlett's words, no one dared to hesitate. They quickly followed him out of the restaurant and retreated through another tunnel. Looks like this Bartlett isn't the kind of idiot who becomes weak and easily bullied after leaving the battlefield. He should be a master swordsman himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live so comfortably with just his ability to control metal elements. Ito thought after receiving the images of the battle in the underground space from the dead wood clone. Now that the last means to threaten me is gone, Bartlett, how are you going to get that thing for me? Ito muttered to himself as he lowered his head to look at the charred ground of the farm that had been destroyed. Wah, 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 wah. At this moment, a series of urgent sirens accompanied by red and blue lights appeared on the street not far away from the farm. The sirens were rushing toward the farm. The police are here. Time to run. Ito chuckled when he saw this. He activated the Flying Thunder God and appeared in an empty alley where the metal plate was located. Bang! But in the next second, a soft body slammed into him, making a muffled sound. Ouch! Ito, who started off as a martial artist, had a stable lower body. After being hit, his body only swayed a little and neutralized the force of the impact. However, the person who crashed into him was pushed back by the rebound force and fell to the ground with a painful groan. How are you walking? Don't you know how to watch where you're going? Before Ito could speak, the person who was hit raised her head and glared at Ito with her blue eyes. Following the conversation, Ito finally saw the appearance of the person who fell to the ground. She had a round face that was unique to British people. Her skin was very white, and there were light brown freckles on her cheeks and nose. Her lips were slightly thin, and her nose was straight. She had shallow eye sockets, blue eyes, and wavy blonde hair. She looked to be a young woman around 24 to 25 years old. As a gentleman, shouldn't you extend a helping hand to help me up and apologize to me? Just when Sei Ito was looking at the woman in front of him, the woman frowned and looked at Sei Ito with displeasure. I'm sorry. First of all, I'm not a British gentleman. Secondly, you bumped into me, not me bumping into you. Lastly, I'm very dissatisfied with your attitude, so I'm not interested in extending my helping hand to a rude woman. Ito-sei looked at the somewhat self-righteous woman and said with a chuckle, Sure enough, you Easterners are all barbarians. You don't understand romance at all. Hearing Sei Ito's words, the woman's expression immediately changed. She looked at Sei Ito with a mocking expression. Then, she didn't expect Sei Ito to help her up. She pushed herself up with one hand on the ground and stood up from the ground. I want to say that your choice of words is not correct. If I was really barbaric, what I would do now is not to stand here and wait for you to get up, but to directly press you to the ground and rape you on the spot. I think with your standard of public security, even if you investigate, you won't be able to find me. Ito-sei, who was getting more and more unhappy with this woman, sneered. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.